Blessings, blessings, everyone. Sorry I'm running a little late, but as y'all can see by the title of this demonstration, we will be covering a lot. This is a all-night marathon, so make sure y'all got whatever it is that y'all need to keep y'all entertained while we get through this all-night marathon. Justice for Shanquella. We will be discussing the Shanquella Robinson case, the Dexter Wade's mystery. That's the brother down there in Mississippi who was buried without his family even knowing until months later. Also, we will be chopping it up about a missing mother that was found by her daughter in blood. As well as that, I have some comedy for you all tonight. Rock Squad's own Pee Wee has made it to Nick Cannon's Wild Out. Let me just show y'all a brief clip of Pee Wee on Wild and Out, and then we'll get on with this demonstration. Let me show y'all a little piece of Pee Wee. As y'all can see, Rock Squad, that is Rock Squad's own Pee Wee. I've been fighting to adjust the volume and get the right one uploaded and downloaded. That's what took me so long. I do have a little bit, but it's not the actual. I'm gonna show it to y'all. I'm gonna show y'all a little bit of it, but it's not blown up the way how I just had it blown up. I was able to get it blown up, but I got it blown up with no volume. Now this one that I'm about to show y'all, it got volume, but it's not blown up. So maybe later on in this demonstration, once people hit the panel, then maybe that's when I'll be able to blow it up big enough for y'all to see for y'all to actually hear the volume. But let me just play a little clip of it.
Virginia, Durham, where are you from? Baltimore. Baltimore. Oh, shit. You got the pistol battle on the DMV. Yeah, you dress like a Baltimore nigga. You got Big Bird's Nikes on. Durham and G Money. Nigga, your mama ain't named me G Money. What's Joe? back at the factory. All right,
So as y'all can see, Rock Squad, that is Rock Squad's own Pee Wee, who has made it to the stage of Wildin' Out with Nick Cannon. I'll save that for later on in the demonstration. Like I said, this is an all-nighter. And once I can get people to join the panel, then I'm sure that I'll be able to actually get some volume to the clip that's enlarged, that's blown up. So make sure everybody stay tuned for that. Pee Wee is on the plane right now on his way home. So Pee Wee will probably be joining us probably around the 1 o'clock hour. Pee Wee should be joining us probably in another 2 to 3 hours from now, probably in the 1 o'clock hour. So before I get started with this demonstration, if I could get you to hit the like button as well as subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. As I stated before, this is an all-night demonstration. Y'all know on our all-night demonstrations, we do drop the Cash App. The Cash App is $ERICMCINT. We're starting the Cash App at $10. So let me salute, let me give my blessings, and we will get into this all-night marathon. I want to send blessings to everyone that's watching this on the replay. I want to send blessings to those that will be watching from the clouds. I want to send blessings to all of my troublemakers and my bartenders. I want to send blessings to my angels. I want to send blessings to the whole Rock Squad. The chat is moving fast, so let me salute. Let me give my blessings individually. I'll try to get as many of y'all as possible, and then we'll get on with this demonstration. Blessings, Roberta. Blessings, Jamie. 80s Baby. Rosemary. Marty. Who else we got down there? Jamie. Nikki Lynn. Curlin. Ebony. Beautiful Nightmare. Shell. '80s Baby. Tammy. Hey, Tammy. Appreciate that compliment, Tammy. Appreciate that compliment, Tammy. Blessings to you, Tammy. Blessings to you, Positive Vibes. Coffee Girl. Kern. Sabrina. Squeak. Leslie. And anybody else that I forgot. Blessings. Tommy, blessings. Raw, blessings. Precious, Sharon, Eye of the Storm, Janie, blessings. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Blessings, Kate Card, Martha, Wise Watcher, blessings. All right, let's get into the all-night marathon. So we're going to be chopping it up about 4 different cases. Of course, we got the Justice for Shanquella, the Dexter Wade mystery, the mother that was found in blood, and then we got Pee Wee on Wildin' Out. Let's start with the Dexter Wade's mystery. Drop a 1. Drop a 1 if y'all are familiar with the Dexter Wade case. I've done a demonstration a few weeks ago on Dexter Wade. there has been some updates. So apparently that same police department was responsible for the death of Dexter Wade's uncle. So this was 2 days ago. So it says, breaking news, an independent autopsy of Dexter Wade, who was killed by police and buried without his mother's knowledge, finds that he had a state ID on him with his home address. The family's lawyer says. An independent autopsy of Dexter Wade, who was killed by police and buried without his mother's knowledge, finds that he had a state ID on him with his home address. Incorrect, a medicine bottle. So originally, he was hit by an off-duty police officer. Now, allegedly, this was before the autopsy. Allegedly, they didn't know who he was. However, his mother had made a missing person report. So you have this John Doe, even though we know he really wasn't a John Doe because they had his ID and a medicine bottle and they had his address. So originally he wasn't even a John Doe. However, they wrote it up as a John Doe. But you had a missing person report that fits the description of your John Doe. But you buried him still, even though you had the description. You had his mother's phone number, address. You knew all along that that's who that was. But now, after the autopsy comes into play, we actually find out that they knew who he was from the very beginning. Another one of those sad cases. Wade, 37, was run over by a police cruiser in March and buried in a pauper's grave. His mother searched for him for months before learning what happened. An independent pathologist examining the newly exhumed body of Dexter Wade, the Mississippi man killed by police and buried in a pauper's grave without his mother's knowledge, found a wallet with a state identification card that included the address of a home he shared with his mother, the family lawyer said on Thursday. The pathologist, Frank Peretti, reported that he found the wallet in the front pocket of Wade's jeans and that it contained his state identification card with his home address, along with a credit card and a health insurance, attorney Ben Crump said in a statement. Crump, who arranged for the independent autopsy, said he was sharing Paredes' initial findings. NBC News has not seen the full autopsy report. A big shout out to Ben Crump. A big shout out to Ben Crump. Crump, who's the one who arranged for the independent autopsy. So a big shout out to Ben Crump. A representative of Crump's confirmed that the home address was the same as his mother's. Daejhanae Wade, she reported her 37-year-old son missing on March the 14th, 9 days after he was struck by a police cruiser as he was crossing a highway. She got no information from police about what happened to him until August the 27th, when she learned that he'd been killed less than an hour after he had left his house. So you got March up until August, April, May, June, July. She didn't find out about her son for 5 months. Crump right there on this too. Facts. All these black leaders and so-called spiritual leaders, and yet we hear absolutely no advocacy about black innocent lives. Innocent lives, people who were in no wrong. Damn shame. How is that? Wow, this is sad. What has this world became? I ask myself this same question every day. I ask myself this question every day. Why is the world filled with so much hate? Why are things happening to the people that is happening? What will it take to make things better? My mother used to say this a long time ago. Over 40 years, my mother used to say, the world is going to hell with gasoline drawers on. Now, that was over 40 years ago when my mother was saying that. The world is going to hell with gasoline drawers on. How is it, as I stated yesterday, how is it that the police are still able to get away with police brutality, all these other things that the police department has been doing for years? How is it that they're still able to get away with it? And I'm sure everybody will pretty much agree because we know what the police department was started for, even though I do feel like you do need order in any society. I feel like you have to have order in any society. I feel like there needs to be laws. However, even when you don't break the law, in most cases, these men and women and children aren't breaking the law, and they're still being mistreated by the police department. I could go on and on about what I feel and how I feel and what needs to be done to make a difference. I could go on and on. I could drop the link and I could allow y'all to come up on the panel and we could go on and on about what needs to be done. But the sad case is that it's not getting done. And there are people, there are organizations, there are groups out there that are actually on the front line that's making a difference or trying to make a difference. In my opinion, I do think voting, I think in your local elections, I think voting will change, make a little difference. But just like prayer, in my opinion, prayer and voting is pretty much the same. Like prayer without actions is what? So voting without actions is what? So I do feel like voting is a good thing, but then I also feel like we need to take action. And this is just my opinion. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that if we focus on our communities, I think things will start to get better. My opinion, I think that it all starts at home. I think it all starts at home. But yes, Dexter Wade was buried without his mother finding out until 5 months later. Even after he had his identification on him, the address to where he shared a home at with his mother still wasn't notified until months later. Here's another report. It says a black man who died after he was hit by a police SUV in Mississippi was buried in a popular cemetery without his family's knowledge, even though his state ID was in his pocket, indicating serious effort to cover up the manner of his death. So Ben Crump is leading the charge. Ben Crump is on this case. Let me drop the link. as I stated before, this is an all-nighter. So we're going to be here all night. Let me drop the link. If anybody want to come up, and speak on this, okay. Positive Vibe says, I knew Ben Crump was going to take this case. Marty says, because Crump knows that's a money case. Tammy says, it's the function of the police in our communities that's the problem. PM says, the Dexter Wade story is so horrendous. Absolutely no regards for him as a human being, for his mother to wonder and look for him, and they knew all the time what happened. Shameful. It really is. Like, as of right now, we know that that same police department was responsible for the death of his uncle, who was 65 years old. And now that police department is responsible for his death. Blessings, Tammy. How you been, Tammy?
I've been great. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Glad to see you and hear you.
I've been great.
Talk to us about this case, Tammy.
What? I got a loop going on. What's happening?
You got a loop?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
No, you fine. We can hear you fine. You fine.
Okay. Truthfully, Eric, this is the first time that I've heard about this. But it's not surprising.
Mm-hmm.
It's not surprising that this is the behavior of the police department. It's not surprising that it's being reported to our communities, and spiritual leaders and other political leaders aren't making any screams, or nobody's saying anything about it, because we do not have proper representation as people of color.
Yep, I agree, Tammy. I agree. Okay, so now we come from that pro-black era. We go back before social media. We go back when we had to read and find information and things of that nature. What's the problem today? Appreciate that cash donation, Marty. What's the problem today, Tammy?
I think part of the problem today is too much black leadership. I think we are all too willing to sell ourselves out for our own personal gain. If this was all white establishment and there weren't as many, we would be screaming racism. We would be screaming, what about our lives? Who's going to represent us? These things aren't happening.
One thing that I've noticed when it happens to other communities, they're on the front line, Tammy.
They absolutely are.
They're athletes. They're entertainers. No matter where they're at, no matter what they got going on, if something like this happens to one of them, they're on the front line.
Well, let's talk about that. Look at how, when we step up, what happens? Look at Kaepernick.
Yep.
When we step up, look what the penalty is. Look at Marilyn Mosby. When we step up, the penalty is our careers.
Yep.
This is why Ben Crump is the only lawyer that's stepping up. Obviously, he does not have the same fear that a lot of other black lawyers have.
Teach.
that they're going to lose their career, that they're not going to be able to make any money. So we're being sold out by the dozens.
Mm.
And this is, even white people are trying to teach us, hey, stop voting for black people just because they're black. They're doing you a disservice.
Stay right there, Tammy. Teach that right there, Tammy. Teach that.
I mean, it's true. We have to look at the outcomes that we're having. If we're not willing to look at some of our outcomes, then we only have ourselves to blame. I've always been outspoken, and truth be told, I'm used to being in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody else is not going to take that risk. And I've been told by my mother, girl, you need to be quiet sometimes. You got to know what fight to pick.
Yep.
But see, they say we won't stay together, but that's not necessarily true. Because we do stick together, and black people have to realize we are the prize. Everybody makes money off of us.
Everybody.
Except for us.
Except for us. Teach on that, Tam. Appreciate that cash donation, 80s, baby. Appreciate that cash donation, 80s, baby. And when a black person do make money, it's always a problem. So we black people would rather have other nationalities come in our community and make money off of us than for our own people to make money off of us.
We are taught, it is so much psychological slavery. That's the only word I can think of at the time. That says, no, I'm not going to support you, brother, because your prices are too high. But what the truth is that we have to barter and trade at a higher price.
Yep.
See, we're not looking at the situation in depth as we should. I came up in communities that had black stores on the corner in the 70s, and they were bought out by Koreans.
Yep.
And we shopped at those stores.
Yep.
We had Arabs that came in our community that had horses and buggies that we bought fresh fruits from.
Yep. I remember them times.
Even though, and you know what? They did everything they could to interfere with that. The establishment and the powers that be do not have an interest in allowing us to trade and barter with each other because we're the superstars. It's a reason for that.
Yep.
Because we're always coming up with the innovative ideas to sell.
Yep.
And until we know our worth, we're really not going to treat each other the way we should. It's a real simple remedy. And the level of trauma that's been done to us mentally goes deep. I'm going to tell you, just today, Eric, I was looking at JD's Revenge. And I know I had said on your show before, when I look at black exploitation, when I look at movies, I see the abuse to the black woman. There are so many black women that don't even recognize that abuse when they see it because they're so used to seeing us being abused.
Teach you on that.
That's the level of trauma that we're dealing with when we're talking to each other. In Baltimore City, all the schools have failed in black communities. But I haven't seen a preacher who wants to be involved in other issues and issues of money stand up for when things are falling apart.
Teach you on that, Tammy.
You know, I feel like if we get rid of some things, we can get rid of them too. People say, oh no, we can't get rid of the preacher. Oh, I think you can. How are they really serving you?
You right.
We have to get we have to be plugged in to things and avenues that serve us. We just do.
You're right. And I'm gonna let you come back in, Tammy. In my opinion, we have to learn from the other communities. We have to learn from the other nationalities. We are so quick to laugh at these other nationalities and how they conduct and how they move, but we're the biggest jokes. But we sitting around laughing at all these other communities and how they move, but we are the biggest joke. Come back in, Tammy.
Check this out. Who was the community? What community was able to gain wealth and prosper during COVID when the whole world shut down? The Amish, the guys with the horse and buggies. Just building their stuff. They have their own farms. That's letting you know where the wealth is. They were independently able to take care of themselves and venture out and help other people at the same time during crisis.
And what do we do when we think of the Amish? We laugh at them. Once again, we laugh at everybody that's making progress when we are the biggest jokes. We are the biggest clowns. Come on in, Tammy.
We don't understand how to survive. We are very codependent as a people. When you have codependent relationships, you think of yourself either the perpetrator or the victim. And you will switch positions without permission. And that's how Black people see themselves in society. They are very codependent and they're either the victim or the perpetrator. They never see themselves as independent. It's facts.
That's facts. That's facts. Like you touched off on coming up, there were actually Black-owned businesses.
Absolutely.
The dry cleaners, the grocery stores, they were Black-owned. What happened?
Well, a lot of things happen. Well, we can start with what happened on the outside of the communities. Taxes began to be high. Here in Maryland and Baltimore, we have something called redlining. So what started to happen is they started drawing lines of how much money was going to be pushed into these communities for housing. We started, it was done with regulations, to tell you the truth. We're going to regulate this. We're going to take away rent control. We're going to raise the taxes in these communities. We're going to add more public assistance in these communities, which actually took away independence. Because they were able to keep people in economic brackets. Because people were willing, because when we talk about slavery, we're actually talking about a movement against no labor. Because we said there'll be no free labor. Because that's what we did in slavery. There was much free labor. So we have talked ourselves into a point where we don't want to do any labor.
Yep.
But with that, we put ourselves into a small economic bracket.
Yep.
Which allowed them to say, I'm telling you, their plan and the way that they implement these things strategically works.
Every time.
It works.
Every time. You see it. You witness it.
Yeah. And it's not rocket science. And it's bigger than just black and white too, because it's coming down to rich and poor.
Facts.
But here's the thing, as Black people, I think we'll have the most resilience out of this. We won't be as upset as some other cultures that they don't have anything. Because they've worked enough on us that they could do this thing on anybody now. They're doing this. We're not the only ones that are oppressed by this way of thinking. Every way, when you think something is working or you think you know the way that it works, you need to think again. Because other Black people expect people, when they get some money, to reach back and help them. But I can't help you unless you do something. What is it that you do? How can I help you?
Facts.
Throwing money at a problem never helps.
Facts.
So what is it that you're suggesting that somebody does? If Jay-Z and Beyonce gave everybody all of their money, when would it stop? And what would it help?
It wouldn't help nothing.
Not a thing.
Because the same ones that they gave the money to, they would be the same ones that would turn right around and curse them. They would be the same ones that would turn around and talk ish about Jay-Z and Beyonce. How you talking ish about them when they just looked out for you?
Right. But that is the mental slavery and bondage. It's like the crowd is fickle. They really don't know what they need, and they're so easily influenced. And all they know is what they don't have. They can't see things for what they do have, because in the 70s, they might have said I was poor, but I felt like I had a lot of wealth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My dad had a store. We ate. You know, we had relatives down in North Carolina that had, you know, gardens and stuff out back. They had wells.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I guess it was what we put value on and what were our core values. What am I willing to be all right with what I have to do to make some money? And we've gotten to a place now that people will do anything for money.
Like, I can bear witness. Like, when I work a 9 to 5, when I'm concentrating on doing for self as far as my own business, yeah, I struggle. But at the end of the day, I feel good about myself, and it's something within me that makes me feel like I can move mountains. Let me finish. When I was out there into the legal activities and I was getting money fast, I didn't have that same feeling, Tammy. Come on there, Tammy.
That's because you sacrificed so much to get at that point. You know, when you're doing something you love, you can put that positive energy behind it, because that type of energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. That's scientific facts.
Teach.
So when you are transferring that level of energy, you just feel good about it. But unfortunately, when we have to hurt so many people, even though they, you know, I look at drugs sometimes as being a victimless crime, because nobody put a gun to your head to go get any drugs.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times when you overdose, you weren't trying to kill yourself. You just didn't know what you were doing, and didn't understand the range of what it is that you were using. So, but these are the same things that we use to entertain ourselves, because we look at other cultures and other wealthier people that may use this to entertain themselves, or at least that's their projection and what they put out there. And we try to make money off of it, but it's also used. It was a trap to put us in jail in another lower economic bracket. So, I mean, it's just an endless cycle. And I hope, brother, that you get all that you want from this, because here's the thing. Anytime you focus on your people, whether it's good or bad, you're going to be a winner. And there are forces against you right now. So many forces when it comes to getting this type of money and working for yourself that are absolutely against you.
That's true.
From reaching such goals.
That's true.
You just have to be persistent and resilient. And a lot of Black people have resilience because you're not born with it. It comes from experience.
That's true, Tammy.
I see so many stories, and, you know, I appreciate that you're doing this. And, you know, I feel for the families, because a mother crying, not knowing where her child is, whether it's a young adult or a grown man, and you are trusting these agencies that we pay our taxes to protect us. And nobody is ever being held accountable. They can't call these isolated incidents anymore.
Nope.
These levels of no ramifications for how we are viewed or what is happening to us must stop. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut down. You know, here in Baltimore, there are a lot of homicides, right?
Mm-hmm.
But coming up, and I consider myself a street person, coming up in the streets the way that I did, I can read certain situations and kind of like I know the streets a little bit. You know, although there are younger people out there dealing drugs or whatever it is they may be doing, I know they're not making the type of money that I've seen in the 80s and the 90s, and yet we have more killings. Why should I just assume that it is black on black crime? Tell me why. And nobody, not what, you know, homicide used to be a department in the police department that you could respect.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore, especially here in Baltimore, because they've killed one of their own here.
Mm-hmm.
And this man, everybody in the neighborhood said they heard 4 shots, but they said he shot himself. He killed himself on duty, but he happened to be one of the police that was going to testify against the other police who were going around terrorizing citizens.
Mm.
So this blue wall of justice that they have built is absolutely corrupt. And there isn't anybody willing to challenge it. And that's no good. And because of that, I'm not willing to just vote any black person in just because you black. You want to get your black ass out of there.
I feel the same way, Tammy. I feel the same way, honestly.
Enough of that. This is not 1970. We have sold our own selves out because these people are doing their bidding.
Yep.
At the cost of our sons and our daughters' lives.
Yep.
I'm just not showing up for that. And I'm not afraid to speak on it. You know, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What I feel like I'm saying is more than opinion. This is what I see.
Yeah.
So because this is what I see, I can only speak on my experience. And it's people like you, Eric, who go out and their heart goes out to the people in their community. Shanquella hasn't gotten any justice because she's black. Point blank, period.
Exactly.
Remember that young white girl Holloway? You heard about this sister for over a year. Not that one life deserves more attention than the other, because both of these sisters deserve the justice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But if the Holloway people knew who killed their loved one, their girl, I'm almost sure they would have gotten arrested, because they did arrest those boys.
Facts. They did arrest them now. That's facts.
But you can't even get that here.
Nope. Nobody's been arrested for Shanquella, even though Mexico got a warrant for one of them.
Just one? How do you leave a country then that's telling the world you can come here and kill as many black people as you want and leave?
Yep. That's the message.
That is absolutely the message. And it's going to be hard. Let me tell you something. You remember when the dog went and locked up Max Factor in Mexico? They locked his butt up because he had no business doing that?
Yes, they did.
Now, what's going on? What's wrong with this picture? You know, again, it makes me wonder what type of work Sister Shanquella was doing. Is there something underlying going on? And then there's this thing of, you know, I can address you by the correct pronouns, but that doesn't mean that you're on equal footing and we can have mortal combat. You know, I'm starting to hear this message that, there's nothing, no data showing that men are stronger than women. Really? What men are you speaking about? The same man or a man in my okay? And my weight class is absolutely stronger than me.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start to say things like that, I'm having to wonder, are we having a conversation that's emasculating men?
Mm.
So, we have to stop participating in our own demise.
I agree.
I think that's the answer. That we have to start calling each other out and asking the question why. And instead of having debates, we need to start educating each other a little more on why we choose not to participate in certain circles, conversations, and things like that. And before I leave, I want to say this to you, Eric. What is going on with P. Diddy? I heard that he made a settlement today.
Within 24 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, what is that about?
I'm gonna let Tommy slide it. I will be covering that later on in this as well. So if you want to hang around, I'm definitely.
Absolutely.
Let me let Tommy slide in before you slide off, Tammy. Blessings,
Okay.
Tommy. Slide in, Tommy.
Salute everybody. Well, Tammy, what's up? Y'all know Tammy, my baby, right?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
What's going on, Tammy? How you been?
Nothing, working hard. I am so happy to hear from you, Tommy. I don't see you though. I know you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, Tammy. I can't complain about nothing. I
I
can't
know that's
complain
right.
about nothing. Hey, y'all know Tammy was the prettiest girl in the neighborhood, right? She's still. Shank, you
I'm a
remember
fat
we used
old
to have
lady now. I'm grateful
Shank,
that.
Shank, you remember we used to have battle royals over who our boyfriend was?
I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
No, but Tammy, you speaking some real stuff right now, and a lot of our problems is rooted in the fact that we just can't unite. All right. See, like the other communities, they can unite and get respect.
Mm-hmm.
We so divided, we can't get no respect. We can't get nobody we can't get other ethnicities and races to respect our race because our race have no have nothing but division. We have no we don't stand in absolute unity in anything. You know what I'm saying? And we don't punish those who go against us even when we firmly united. Okay, we always got somebody who willing to stand against us without fear of any kind of punishment. All
With
right, and
no
that's why,
repercussions.
you know what I'm saying? Like, take the Jewish community. All right, I don't care if that Jewish guy over there don't really uh align with the views of the whole of the community. He would never say nothing. He wouldn't dare go against them for no amount for nothing because there's going to be consequences and repercussions to his actions. When there is no consequences to your action, then what is in place to stop you from going against the grain? Absolutely nothing. So when you got a guy that can be bought for $50,000 in a bucket of chicken, what the hell's going? How are we supposed to? How are we supposed to unify and make a difference for our own community when all we care about is the things that don't matter, and the things that matter we care nothing about? You know what I'm saying? And it's hard. It's hard to really get a firm grip and a stance on the respect of the community when for so long we cool with not being respected. All you gotta do is look in our neighborhoods, okay? In our own neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Look at the businesses that thrive. The only businesses that don't thrive in our community is our own businesses. Go in any black community and you will see the only businesses that really struggle is the black businesses
Teach.
in our own
Absolutely.
community. Okay, and if you go in these other communities, and you gotta understand why these other communities come to our communities to grow because they can't grow in their own community, so
Teach.
they come to
Absolutely.
ours. So they come to our community and take their resources back to their community and help their community grow. They take our resources and circulate our dollars in their community.
Wake them
Our
up, Tommy. Wake us
huh?
up. Wake us up. Teach.
The black dollar circulate in the black community 4 hours.
Right, right.
4 hours.
We
Every
don't
other
understand money. We do not understand money.
yeah, and the reason why, and it's just like when you just said, when you was talking about if they gave us Jay-Z gave us all our money, all they do is give it back. Okay, all they would do was give it back. You would just see a bunch of Rolls Royces in the ghetto in the morning. They give it right back. They don't have no interest in self preservation and self reliance and self sustainability. They don't have it. We just don't have it. You understand where I'm coming from? And like and if you bring it here, they hate you for having it.
They
But
goddamn sure will.
but they won't hate that Korean for having his, and it's rooted in self-hate. It's rooted in the fact that we just can't get along. We just gonna be divided. We just gonna find a reason not to unite. Okay? Because and don't get it twisted, this been trained into us. This
Teach.
Yeah,
has been
trauma.
trained into us.
Years of it. Years, centuries of it.
Understand, like I went to Mexico, right? And I was with some friends in Mexico. You understand why Mexicans get here and they do things a certain way and they build their community a certain way? Because if you look at the way they grow up, see, the way we grow up is like this. I might have something, the guy might next door might have a little more than me, and the guy over across the street might not have anything. Okay, we get together and tease the guy across the street. But see, in other cultures, like when you watch that, like I had a chance to really observe the Mexican community. You understand? And the way they grow up is, listen, don't nobody have nothing. So it's understood that they share. All right.
Right.
So when it's understood that y'all share, it don't matter if he live across the street, if he live next door. They all share. They all share. So they all rooted in community. They all rooted in each one help one. Okay, each one help one. If I got $1, he can share in with the 50 cent. Now I got $1 and then you can't have one. So you understand when they get over here how it's 9 of them in the house, and then they get enough money. Then they got a garage out back. Then they fixing cars. Now they got a whole they use the money from fixing the cars to build the corner store. Okay, now they building a community. Like with us, we hate the dude that fixed the car. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're mad at him because he has more attention and he seems to be getting his goals completed, even though he's made absolutely multiple sacrifices. We're not looking at that. We're looking at his outcomes and don't think
Right.
he deserves it.
Right, and because you know why? Because we played no part in this journey. All right, so all we can see is this outcome. Because and it's like you try to do something right in our community, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people will look at you like you crazy until you start winning. Then once you start winning, they ask you how you do it, and then they seen you doing it the whole time.
Teach.
You understand where I'm coming from? And then they mad at you for doing it. Then that nigga think he all that. And
Teach.
then it's like you just trying to make a way for you and your family. All right, just trying to provide a service to the community, and by providing this service to the community, it means that it'll start helping you do better as an individual family. Okay, but you need to understand that my son need to see you win. My daughter need to see you win because we coming so we can start being invested in winning in business, all right, and winning in our own community.
Absolutely. And then, you know, when in our community, Tommy, the better that you do, you actually become a target if you stay.
Teach.
Exactly.
Teach.
Exactly.
Fact.
Exactly. Exactly. See,
You can't, it used to be a time for black people, especially when you think about the days of the Harlem Renaissance. There were multiple economic backgrounds in Harlem. You had poor people, wealthy people, gangsters, doctors. They all lived amongst each other, like you were saying at first. This is how we got ahead
but
during those times.
understand, Tammy, back then we had a code of conduct, and there was consequences to you going against the community.
It absolutely was because they had names for him. They called them Uncle Toms.
Yeah, and he
They,
couldn't come back.
Let me
You
right,
understand? He could never show his face again. You understand? And white folks wasn't gonna hide him. Okay,
right,
he couldn't just go to the white. See, back then the doctor lived next door to the plumber. You understand? It's when
right.
integration killed that. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what it was meant to do, though. That level of separation, that because they couldn't do that. They couldn't have all those. That is the only time we've saw that level of living where the poorest amongst us lived with the wealthiest amongst us was in Harlem and during the Renaissance times.
Tommy
Yeah,
and
but
Tammy. Let me slide in for 1 second. I got a
oh,
new panelist. Let me let Miss
okay.
Groovy slide in. Blessings, Miss Groovy. Slide in, Miss
Blessings,
Groovy.
everybody. This is my
Hello.
kind of conversation. Like I'm all in, but I just wanted to add something to what you guys were saying. That's just like when they did the thing in Oklahoma.
Mm,
Everything in Oklahoma, in that little small town, was black owned, black operated, and everything, from the
Teach,
hairdressers to the schools to the hospitals to the laundromats to everything in that little community. They tell us to get our own all the time. Go
teach,
get
mhm,
it yourself. Go get it yourself. But every time we produce something like that, they burn it down.
teach,
So it's like, yeah, we all wanna be, better people or have better finances and stuff like that. But they don't teach us that in school. They teach us the stuff that they feel like we should know, but they don't teach us about finances. But in McCorston, okay, this is I lived in Trenton, New Jersey,
mhm,
where Jay Z is from,
mhm.
and the crazy thing about that is it's so many people that left here because they knew that if they came back here to actually live in the city that they grew up in, excuse me, that they love, that they was not going to be able to sustain it living here. You understand what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
But when they moved out, I mean, like some of them came home, like Greg Grant, he came home. He has a park around here. He teaches at the high school. Um, Patty LaBelle was from here. And the crazy thing about that was she lived in the worst part of Trenton, which they call the bottom, which is actually considered South Trenton as we speak right now.
Mhm,
But where she lived at, she was literally like you could walk over the bridge and be in Pennsylvania.
mm,
mm,
So people don't know that she graduated from Trenton Central High School because she only reps Philly.
mm.
That's just like Jay Z. He only reps Marcy
New York.
Projects,
Right, right, right,
but he is from Trenton, New Jersey.
right.
Like I got pictures of him with my cousins who lived around the corner from where I live now. Okay, so I get the money part, but they don't teach us these things in what they consider the hood or the ghetto or whatever they want to, however they want to put it. They don't teach you these things as far as finances and stuff like that. But I had a girlfriend who went to a Catholic school here,
Mhm,
and she was in a Catholic school they called McCorston. Now,
mm.
in McCorston, they were teaching them, finances and stuff like that. But also, McCorston is was at the time mostly white kids.
Right, right, right.
So it's a different. You got to look at the economics and the level of what the schools teach us as well. Because in the hood, they're gonna teach you how to be a basketball player, football player, you know what
mm,
I'm saying, a singer.
mm,
They're gonna teach you all of that in the
mm,
hood.
Mm-hmm.
But in the suburbs, they getting a whole different level of education. And one day we was sitting talking to my girlfriend who went to McCorston. We was talking to her mom. And her mom sat there and said, Kim is getting a better street education than you are. You're getting a better educational
Experience.
situation.
Yeah.
Right, experience. And she was like, how is that? And she was like, well, you pay such and such amount of money for us to go to school. And she was like, yeah. She said, but if it was my choice, I would have sent y'all to a public school. At
Well,
the time that she
absolutely.
was married. So, back in this early 70s, 80s, the men made the decisions. It wasn't a coexisting situation. The men made the money, so the men made the rules. So her husband at the time decided that all his kids was going to Catholic school, but they were Black Panthers. Make that make sense.
Well, it does make sense. Think about it because they understood where the quality education came from. There wouldn't be a reason to charge you if they was getting the same level of education.
Right.
I personally think that in 2019, right before the pandemic occurred, I personally think there were more black businesses coming about, there were more black people traveling, and there was
Hmm.
more education about black wealth. And
Right.
if this whole world didn't shut down, not only did people who have been in business for a while, but if you were black and tried to have a business, you weren't going to make it through that time.
But that was only if you had a storefront.
Well, I think it
Because
it
from
included in a
from
in a lot of things. Like my old man, he came up with this. He went out and he bought a power washer. I live in a city that has a port, and he said, "Baby, I'm gonna go down there and wash these boats, and I got some biodegradable fluid I can
cleaner.
wash them off with, right? And we're gonna go make some money." Not only did the pandemic stop him from being able to operate, but him letting that sit in the trailer, they took the trailer and said he abandoned it and took all the
Mm,
equipment in it too.
Mm.
mm. You
Mm.
know why?
Because he didn't support it well enough. That's why I think it happened.
Do
I
you
think
think that's the
he
only
took
reason though?
uh I think that he should have did it with the LLC properly, like I told him, and
Hmm.
patent the name. I also think that he left that trailer there too long. I think he should have brought it here where
Hmm.
we were, but he let it stay where he thought that he could
It
get
was
business
safe.
at. Yeah. And then when we finally made the police report, the police kind of basically was like they weren't even going to take the report.
Mm. Okay, there's a young lady on TikTok. I don't know if y'all seen her stuff or not, but she has these like body butters. It's uh
Shea
they're called
butters and
body
stuff.
glazes. Body
Okay.
glaze. Okay. So there's a young she's in I want to say North Carolina, South Carolina, one of those, I think.
Hmm.
And there's a young lady in Alabama who actually buys her product, right?
Hmm.
She puts them in smaller jars and sell them for $5.
Okay.
The
He
young
don't
lady,
have a trademark.
no, she does have a trademark.
And she was able to do that?
This is the thing. The young lady, this is what happened. She was saying on TikTok, she was saying that she's been, doing her business for like the last couple years. It basically came out of through the pandemic. Like she started her business. And she said that big companies have been trying to buy her product.
Hmm.
And she said because they wanted to change her formula or whatever the case might be, or they were just trying to get the formula,
Right.
um, she said that she didn't want to give her business over to a big company, whereas they would reap more of the benefit than she did.
Absolutely.
So I said, okay. So I'm sitting there and I'm listening. And then somebody said, there's a girl. that's taking your product and, changing it to the little smaller jars or whatever and selling it as her own,
Mm,
and she's selling them for $5.
mm.
I said to her on live, I said she's trying to cheapen your product. You know that, right? And she
Well,
said,
well, she has.
"Why would you say that?" I said, "Because if you're selling your blazes for $25, I said that means that you know the worth of your product. So of course you're going to sell it at a price that you feel is fair to you." I said, "But if somebody else is taking your product and putting it in a smaller jar and charging $5, that means that she's making her $25 back. But what she's also doing is cheapening your brand, because now people are going to go to her, to get the $5 jars, even though it's not her blend, it's not her mix and stuff like that." I said, "But if she would have given it to the big companies, they would have even done the same thing. You know what I'm saying? To cheapen her brand."
And they could have done that too. They could have hired somebody to do that.
Right.
That's what big corporations do.
That was my first thought. And it took me back to Baby Boom. I'm sure everybody's seen the movie Baby Boom with Diane Keaton. And remember she went and she was an advertising uh she worked in advertising. And then she quit her job and she moved to a little town in Vermont. But what
Mhm.
thing was, she had an apple orchard on her land. So she
Mhm.
started making the baby food called Country Baby. And then when her company saw how well she was doing with the baby food and stuff, they called her back in and was like, "Okay, we'll give you a senior position. We'll give you this much money a year. We'll do this. We'll do that." Forgetting she used to work for your company. And so she said, "Hmm." She said, "Give me a few minutes." She went in the bathroom. She thought about it. She came back. She said, "You know what?" She said, "If y'all can have my product in all around the country," she said, "I could do it too. So why do I need y'all?" And she left and she went back to Vermont to her little country baby. So I was like, this is what you're gonna have to do. If they're gonna try and cheapen your brand to make it affordable for them, if they can put your stuff in all the stores, you can too.
Well, you got to think of the dirty tricks that big business play. I don't know if you seen the movie The Burial with
Oh,
Jamie Foxx.
I did.
That's based on those are the dirty tricks. I'm going to make you think I'm going to buy in when I'm not going to buy in. And I'm going to come underneath of you because we don't understand contracts. We
Right.
don't understand a lot of trademarks. We don't, and China has made billions of dollars off of trademark infringement. So when you talk about black people trying to get something started, we see what China has done. They're absolutely going to do that to try to
Mhm.
get the money. Even to the criminal actions that they locked up black and brown people for, they're
Mhm.
now making money off of it because obviously jail wasn't enough of a deterrent to stop people because there was so much money involved
Mhm.
that
And
now that they have legalized it.
right.
Let me
That's just
slide
like
in.
the 100 inventions that we
See,
create. They stole all of that.
Let me
you,
slide in for a second. Hold up, y'all. I gotta get Mel in. Let me let Mel slide in.
Amen.
I'll go to a commercial, then I'll come back to Tony. Come on in, Mel.
Salute. Hey, Miss Glooby and the lady Tammy. Hey,
hey
Tony.
Mel.
Hey, long time no hear from Tony. It's glad to see you tonight on the panel. Um,
Thank
I,
you.
it, so I just want to touch on a few things. I grew up in a small community. Um, I actually grew up in one of the richest cities in the country. It's just that when I was growing up, it was separated by a line that said East Side and West Side.
Mhm.
So of course the black people lived on the west side. But everything that we did was in that community, right? We had a
Mhm.
grocery store. The grocery store was actually owned by some Jews
Mhm.
who were, just really nice people. My sister and a few other girls in the neighborhood when I was little, they were cashiers there. And we
Mhm.
had a funeral home, which had one of the best morticians in the country at the time.
Mhm.
We had a laundromat, hair salon, barbershop. Um, then you had little corner stores where I would say his name was Mr. Lake, but we called him Baby Lake. He ran to the corner store from like a little side of it was like it's like the house that they lived in, and then a little side he had built like a little shed. He ran a little store out of there. It was just a little store where we went and bought like cookies and candy and stuff. And he sold kerosene for people that had kerosene heat in the day.
Mhm.
And we had just most of the stuff. And then the mall, which everybody visited, was also in our community. And we go back to learning in school. Like in elementary school, we had our own elementary school in our community. The junior high school was in our community. Except the junior high school bust the white kids in, and plus going a little bit further past that junior high school, kind of where that line was kind of meeting there.
Mhm.
But and then high school we would kind of bust a little bit further, but it was just like one of the largest high schools. Like when I was there, it was like between 35 and 800 students, but we had one bus load of blacks, right, coming out
Mhm.
of our community. But and so in our school, we had African American teachers, but then going to school, a lot of the, not a lot, but several of the teachers and principals lived in our community. So everybody knows. So, you weren't acting up in school because the principal probably lived next door or two streets over. So it was just things like that. But
Mhm.
in school, because during that time, grandparents or parents, a lot of them were domestic workers. And then
Mhm.
some of them, again, was, teachers, which it was a professional career. And, you just had it was just a community of everyday people.
Mhm.
If we was underprivileged or poor or whatever, we didn't know because everything was in our community. So we had everything that we needed, right?
Your needs were met. Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
and that's how we grew up. See, now we're going to a high school and we're in a different generation from our parents and grandparents. So now more are going to college and integration set in. So, it's like, oh, I can't wait till we leave this community. And, all of us, we grew up and we moved out of that community. But it was all a part of the plan. Because as we began to move out, my generation then, like all of us, and then our kids, and when everybody began to move out of the community and move other places. And then, people going to the military. And then now we're stuck with our grandparents who are passing away, and then eventually the parents start passing away, and the community got smaller and smaller.
Mhm.
But then they began to move in. As they began to move in, of course, it took the property values like sky high. They moved into a house, renovated it, then they started building larger houses next to smaller houses and things of that nature.
Mhm.
The way it is today. Um,
Mhm.
so So we left those communities, okay, which are no longer the black community, right?
Mhm.
Because we've been taught about integration. We can live anywhere we want. We can have whatever job we want. We can do that, and I get that, right?
Mhm.
But I always feel like no matter where you live, there is still a source of community. It may be not like the all black communities that we're used to, but just going back on, um, people being jealous, and then now that we do live in these mixed communities, which a lot of people do, where do we fit there? Because when we talk about the overall scheme of things, everything trickles up, right? So it's just like a regular company. You got your employees, then you got your leads, your assistants, and they all trickles up to the CEO, right? Everything trickles up. Now the CEO barely knows what's going down because he's always up, right? So we look at that like our local government. And I was working, but I can hear somebody touch, shortly on Shanquella and different things like that. And we think about a lot of leaders in Charlotte. There's so many African American leaders there. There's no way that, she shouldn't have justice by now.
Exactly.
Now they have 2 senators there. And there's a lot of people from North Carolina. There's not a lot of people that be on the panels, in the chats, in every content creator chat that actually live in North Carolina. And you have to look at that leadership there. A lot of blacks and some whites. If they don't fix that issue, and that's us in all of our communities, no matter where we live, whether it's the all black community, the mixed community, if we don't fix those issues there, it only affects African Americans, period.
Well, I have to agree with that. It does affect us more simply because we have the least amount of resources in the communities that we're in. I think that so far as the police are concerned and how we are policed as a people, I don't think that's changed at all. I think that has operated the same way for centuries.
Well, if I can speak in the words of Ben Crump, he calls it the institutionalized slavery. Those are the laws that those unions bound to those police departments. And that's the way they police. They still police like policing slaves, just more in a modern day. So that's why they still think that they can step on George Floyd's neck or allow Ahmaud Arbery to be shot down in the middle of one of the most quietest neighborhoods. That's how all of this happens, or the issue with Dexter, because of those institutionalized slave. How would I put it? I guess policies that just trickled up to the police departments in modern day. And I will go like to say this. So when we have, people that are vocal, especially on social media, that take someone like Ben Crump and just drag him. Oh, he's this, he's that, he's an ambulance chaser. I agree with what you said earlier, Tammy. He's the only one that has guts enough to stand up for these people that he's serving. And I guarantee you, when he leaves that neighborhood where he is representing somebody, they changing their police policies. Because he takes that stuff straight to Washington, and he's very forceful there. He's our modern day. He's our modern day Martin Luther King. It's just the times are more modern, and there's more access to information because of social media. He's actually the modern day Martin Luther King, but it's just on a whole nother level.
Well, I hope they don't kill him, because then we ain't gonna have nobody.
That ain't gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Let me run to a quick commercial, y'all. I need to take a quick commercial, and then I'm gonna come back. Let me run to a commercial.
Okay.
We're gonna do it like this, Daryl and George. We play a show where we roast each other, we joan each other, we cap. Wherever you from, we always got different names for it, but you know what it is. We on Wild 'N Out have named this game Got Damned. Yeah. We don't use the Lord's name in vain. It's called Got Damn. Say it with me. Got Damn. So every time, one of y'all get roasted, that's what we do. But this is not my game. This is a professional's game. A man who is so tight when it comes to the roasting. He is a true king all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. You know him from this game. You know him from She Ratchet. You know him from every episode of Wild 'N Out. Y'all make some noise for my man, Emmanuel E-Man Hudson, a.k.a. the referee, man. E-Man, you got that. That's Daryl and George. Daryl and George.
Daryl.
Like, it's Daryl, but he say Daryl.
Okay, so Duracell battery. Okay, got it.
It's George, a.k.a. G-Money.
G-Money.
And he from Baltimore.
Scootin' Putin Steve.
He's from Virginia.
Virginia.
The battle of the DMV. What you got for him?
So you guys do know what you're doing up here, right? Okay, you're roasting each other, okay? We're gonna keep it clean, we're gonna keep it fun. This is a family show. I got a couple of rules, all right? 2 shakies and you're out of here. All the white people that are in here, 2 shaky means 2 bad jokes. You know, so we're gonna make sure y'all are filled in on what's going on. I know it's a lot of niggas in here, so we're gonna make sure y'all understand what's going on. White people, 2 shakies mean 2 bad jokes, okay? Stay in your lane, you stay there. I need you there. Okay? One of the most important rules is respect the ref. Say it with me. Respect the ref. That's me. That is me, okay? Stay in your lane. Just stay in your lane and everything will go okay, all right? All right.
Beat him up, girl!
Let's get into it.
Beat him up, girl!
Oh, wait a minute. I'm black. Can't do it. My plus was. Hold on.
Understood.
All right. Rock the bell, you all right?
Beat him up, girl!
High cholesterol, you all right? Oh, man, you all right? What up, bro? We up here looking like overstuffed Hot Pocket. You up here looking like you co-wrote the roots. Boy, your head look like you about to fly off into space.
Man, I'm sorry, man.
1 shaky.
Oh, God, beat him up!
Your shoes look like they light up the whole boat. Shirt look like a throwback from the Popeye show. Your head so shiny like you rolled Crisco on before you came out here. You big, so I know you gonna understand. What milkshake? Your beard so big, you look like you combed it with a brush.
Home with a brush. That's the joke. Nigga.
Should I let him slide on that one? Your gap so big, like the ship, this whole ship. Okay, girl, is y'all there?
Y'all make some noise for Daryl and G-Money one time. I think we got some shirts for y'all, but y'all some big niggas, so I don't know. Give it to your girl or something, nigga. Them go with your little big birds, nigga. Y'all make some noise for the DMV battle right there.
Shout out to Rock Squad's own Pee Wee, who made it to the stage of Wildin' Out with Nick Cannon.
I know that's right.
Pee Wee will be pulling up in a few
That's what's
more.
up, Peter Wee Straw.
Pee Wee will be
Told him his
pulling
shirt
up.
looks like a throwback from the Popeye show.
Yeah, Pee Wee will be pulling up with us in a few more hours. He's on the plane back home. This is an all-nighter. So Pee Wee will be pulling up with us to tell us, you know, what kind of experience it was to actually be on a stage with a heavyweight in the game like Nick Cannon.
And
So
he is a heavyweight. Nick Cannon got cash. She come from old money.
yeah, so make sure everybody hang around for Pee Wee to pull up and tell us his experience. Just a quick announcement, and then I'm gonna come to you, Tommy, and Tammy, Mel, and Miss Groovy. Y'all can come in with Tommy, but I just got a quick announcement to make. So we do have a Rock Squad committee. So if it's anyone that's interested in performing or being involved in any of the Rock Squad activities, such as the meet and greets, anything that's pertaining to the Rock Squad, I need everyone to get in touch with the head of the committee. That is Nikki Lynn. So any questions, anything that's concerning Rock Squad activities, make sure y'all get in touch with Nikki Lynn. All right, come back in, Tommy, and then the rest of y'all ladies, y'all can build with Tommy as well. Come on, Tommy.
Yeah, I was just listening to the ladies and trying to unpack a few things. And I'm gonna begin it with, I want to begin with the notion that our school system. Listen, family, if you waiting for that school system to teach true economics to our children, you are, I don't know, that's a lost cause. That's not going to happen. Okay? If you willing think they will about to teach us anything that we can actually use, you are sadly mistaken. Okay? Growing up, okay, I was never taught money managing. Money managing was something I learned through my journey of life. Okay? Because listen, money managing is for people with money. And I didn't grow up with people with money. Okay, there was never no money to manage. Okay, so learning money management from people who are stuck in survival mode is fruitless. You're not gonna learn that there. Okay. And if you're waiting for the school system to properly educate us on economics, you are sadly mistaken. We got plenty of money in our community. We are the largest spending base and the lowest producing base. You know what that means? That means we buy everything and we produce nothing, which renders us ineffectively useless as a community.
Mm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? We don't build. We don't build, we nest. You see, people, listen, the reason why you don't hear Tommy heavily invested into the what is it called, Shank? Well, I forget reparations. You know
Oh
why I'm
yeah,
not you
it's
know
a
why I'm
joke.
not you know why I'm not heavily invested in the reparations is a smokescreen. Number
Yeah,
one, they
it
never
absolutely is. And if they
number
gave us something, it would be bullshit. They would kill us afterwards.
no, if they gave us something, we would just give it right back. We have no money managing skills. What do you give? What happened to the average lotto hit winner?
Oh, they all go broke.
Right. That's this why because they absolutely have no money managing skills. Okay, they have no coup. They have no tactics when it comes to preparation. Okay, let me tell you something about an opportunity. An opportunity is something that you work for. It's not like most black people think it's most of us think opportunity is something that just falls off the sky. That's not what an opportunity is. An opportunity is something that you work for. You work to put yourself in a position to take advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself. Okay, an opportunity is realistic to a goal. You understand? You waiting for an opportunity to accomplish a goal, not an opportunity that just going to change your life and you absolutely do nothing to make this opportunity happen for yourself. Okay?
Right, right.
You,
You're
you
absolutely right.
you see how people sitting around on the couch smoking weed, playing video games, talking about he just waiting for the right opportunity. How the hell you waiting for the right opportunity when you're not working towards anything? If
You
you're
gotta
not working
create that.
if you're not working towards anything, what the hell good is an opportunity? All right, explain that to me. You're not going to be in no position to take advantage of the opportunity. So what good was the opportunity?
Right.
So that's why I don't like to get my people invested in the hope of reparation. Number one, they not going to give it to us. Number two, if they did, most of us will, a lot of us will OD. The rest of us would just spend it all up on stuff that will not benefit us. And then and then in 5 months, they'll be repossessing all the things that you bought because you're not equipped to keep up with the things that you purchased. Okay, because purchasing something is one thing, maintaining it is a whole nother animal. Okay, and it's just like, I see people all the time, and if I could just count on off the ledge of how many times I gotta talk a brother out of killing, out of shooting himself in the foot. Okay, like just the other day, I got a friend of mine. All right, he was thinking about buying a Bentley, right?
What?
Yeah, he was thinking about buying a Bentley. Okay, you gotta understand the mentality of people. Somebody said he could get it. They could get him approved for it. Okay, he had the money for the
A
down
Bentley
payment.
ain't gonna make no money though if you gonna spend that kind of money.
See, but
Exactly.
the thing is, they made the Bentley affordable to him because he don't understand how he don't understand. Most of our people don't really understand how life works. Okay, the car payment ain't got nothing to do with brakes. The car payment ain't got a goddamn thing to do with the rotors. A car payment ain't got nothing. You understand how our people think? He thinking I got a job, I can pay the payments. The payments is affordable, bro. When your girlfriend find out that you messing with that chick across town and she take out the windshield, do you got the $6,500 to replace the windshield?
Facts.
You don't have the $6,500 to replace that windshield, homie. You don't. Okay, you don't have the $3,000 to change this braking system. All right, bro. And let me tell you something about the finance company. They don't give a damn that car not rolling. They want that payment.
Exactly.
And you're not going to be trying to pay for a car that you can't drive. Okay, so don't put yourself in a situation like that because it's affordable to you. See, they ain't cars for people like you. Okay, they cars for. There's a reason why they got this car on display in your neighborhood. Because in the neighborhoods where this car would really sell, they know this car is a piece of trash. Okay, because this is an exotic vehicle, bro, and it don't come with the same instructions as your Honda. It don't come with the same repair bills as your Honda. It's something completely different. You understand? But our people in the show off business. Okay, most of the people they more concerned with they more concerned.
We're looking good instead of being good.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly, babe. They more concerned with looking like they got it than actually having it. You
Well, that's
understand?
because the thing is, especially black folks, when you come from nothing, you want to dress up your appearance. Maybe it is that they rather look like they have it because nobody has actually taught them how to get it.
Exactly, Tammy. So you see my point come full circles. It's all to what we learn. And we learn absolutely nothing about how to take care of our finances, how to take care of our business, how to make sure we stay stable. You understand? That's why, if our community really gotta get this gender war settled. Okay? Because listen, uh, two parents are needed. Okay, you can't raise a village without a mom and a dad.
Right.
Okay, you both of us are needed. I mean, both of us are needed, absolutely needed. Mama nurturing nature is needed in the house. Daddy's disciplinary nature is needed in the house. You know why? Because it maintains the focus and the balance of the family. When one is when one is missing, the missing piece is obvious and evident. Okay, it's crucial to the well-being and the growing of the child.
Right.
Because
Yeah, certain
remember,
milestones don't happen
because
if it's not a balance. Cause mama can't be beating and disciplining and nurturing and working. It's just too much.
exactly, exactly. So you gotta teach the girls that they need men.
Right.
You gotta teach the girls that they need their men, that their men are very valuable. And when he is missing, it is a very crucial component to the family structure that is missing. When the mama is missing, it's a very crucial component to the family structure that is missing. Okay, we are needed in unity. Okay, if you can unify the family, you can unify the community.
Hmm.
Okay,
And
but
Which
we
another
go,
thing with
go ahead, babe. I'm sorry, go ahead.
the village thing. When we were growing up, we had a village. One, because our neighbors could whoop us.
Right,
If they caught
right.
us doing something wrong, they could get a hold of us. Then we get home and he or she done told your parents, oh, this
And
is
we
what
getting another one.
we getting two more. Cause if daddy ain't home when she tell, guess who coming next?
That's right. That's right.
And
You
see,
see how Miss Peggy Shank mother could tell me, Tommy, you better take your butt home right now. You
e-
see how, but you see how
even as
you
an adult.
right, right. And I mean, even to this day, I would never think about cussing in front of my parents. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? I'm 50 years old. I wouldn't dare think of saying a cuss word in front of my parents because that was the level of respect that they commanded. You never grew up with the idea that my dad was my friend. I never grew up with the idea that my mom was one of my peers. You got these moms trying to prove to their children that they still young. My mom was never interested in proving nothing like that to me.
Mhm.
But you see the level of respect that always kept between the two of us. Have you ever seen an interaction with Blueface and his mom? That's the level of interaction where a son lost complete respect for his mom. You understand where I'm coming from? And that's be, a direct reaction of the way she raised him. She
Mhm.
raised him to not respect her. You gotta watch the things that you do around your children. Okay? You gotta understand that it gotta always be a line drawn, that invisible line that say, listen, I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not one of your homies in the street. I'm not none of that. You understand? That level of respect gotta stay, but it gets embedded from a child. But when you show your and I'm thinking if you showing your butt cheeks to the world, you ain't have no problem showing them to your son. I mean, your son in the house while you down in the next hall getting your cheeks clapped, and he on the internet talking about you got 3 kids by 3 different men. You a hoe, and listen, the fact that your son could ever think he could get the goal to talk to you like that is a direct reflection of a direct reaction to the way you raised them. You understand where I'm coming from? And we all say, hey, no, no, you should never disrespect mama. But what is it when he don't look at you as his mama? He don't
you
look
know, I'm not
right.
gonna
You preaching,
self-disclose
bro.
about that, but there's a
No,
whole lot more
but
trauma.
what I'm saying is, not to cut you off, Tammy, but what I'm saying is, this stuff is not going to come to the head until it's openly discussed by us. We gotta bring this to the table and discuss this. We cannot completely keep trying to act like this because remember, Blueface got kids that he raising now.
Yeah, yeah,
So
he
until
did.
we talk about this and have an honest discussion and get to the solutions, because we can't just keep trying to protect people because we don't want to talk about it because we want to protect a certain demographic of people. No, we all need to get our shit together. We all need to get our shit together. And we can't hide from this no longer. Not if we gonna make it. Because let me tell you something. We on our way. Yo, have you ever seen the community fighting for the bottom the way our community is fighting to be at the bottom?
Mm-mm. Not at
Why?
all.
We not competitive. We not competitive because we don't like to talk about things that make us uncomfortable. But the things that make us uncomfortable is coming to the detriment of our community. We gotta start talking about this. We gotta start bringing this to the front. This matter need to be addressed. Okay, this is no longer a cut. This is a bullet wound to the head. It gotta be addressed. We are failing. We are failing as a community. We are failing our children, and in turn, our children gonna fail their children. Okay, we're gonna keep being the burden bearers of for the true citizens of this nation. If we don't talk about this, okay, these are very uncomfortable topics, but these are the topics that got us at the bottom. You got these people swimming across the border, building communities right in our neighborhood, neighborhoods that we've been occupying for the last 20 decades. They being taken from us. All you got to do is look around because these other people come here and unite and they know that we don't have no unity. We don't have no unity because we got this division. And we got this division because we don't want to discuss what's wrong.
Facts. That's facts.
True stuff, bro.
That's facts. That's $1 million
When,
worth of game.
when are we going to put our feelings to the side and start looking for the results?
Well, again, when you talk about Blueface and Krishan,
I mean,
and this
they
is
just won. They just won, Tammy. That was just who was on my mind. But we got a community of this. It's not just Blueface and Krishan.
but
I only brought them
those
up
two
because they
sold
feel.
themselves out. They sold that pain for money. Both of them have been traumatized.
Yeah, but Tammy, I understand exactly where you coming from, babe. You know I do. But we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to make sure this don't keep happening.
As long as there is an industry willing to sell our pain, I don't know if we can stop it.
No, what I'm telling you is we gotta stop buying it. We gotta refuse to buy it, Tammy. They
I
can't
agree
sell
with
it
that.
to us. They can't sell it to us if we refuse to buy that nonsense.
That I agree with, and I would like to support Sean in ways because I know that young sister is an athlete. I know that there is a lot to her, but this is what she was able to sell while she was out there.
And
Unfortunately.
yeah, and I know what you saying, Tammy. But look, I look at these shows, Tammy, and I see, listen, as long as we willing to buy love and hip hop, because listen, why they don't sell us our best and brightest minds? Why do they go get the worst of us and
Because
sell us the worst of
they
us?
take them for their benefit.
Because drama sells.
Right.
They don't
But what
want that. They don't want to
Drama,
produce, keep
drama
mass
is
yeah,
producing those types of minds.
but what I'm saying is we gotta stop buying it. We gotta start refusing to support it. Okay? We got to. If we want to get anywhere, that's what I mean when I say we fighting to be at the bottom. We fighting for the bottom. We fighting for last place.
They did
Okay,
that
we
with
gotta
Gangster
stop.
Rap too. Think about
We
Conscious Minds and how we were listening to conscious music, but then all of a sudden it went somewhere else.
Tammy, that was by design. They use rap music to fuel that multi-billion-dollar jail prison system that they got. That's what they rap was a vehicle to fuel the school to prison pipeline.
Exactly. I know several
Okay,
people in the industry,
okay.
and
Go
it's
ahead, babe. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor, babe. My bad. I'm sorry.
you okay. It's just that, when KRS-One, Conscious Mind, you know what I'm saying? When they were out making music, I remember them telling a friend of mine, um, we don't want the feel good music. Like you can have a couple of those on your album, but we don't want the feel good music. Like the ones that wasn't talking about jail, rape, drugs, and stuff like that, they didn't push them. Like some of the people that we think are the greatest rappers in history, Nas, Big Daddy Kane, all of them, the ones that came out like in the late 80s, early 90s, those people were not talking about the sex, drugs, money, and murder. You know what I'm saying? So as you can see, people will still pack a concert hall for them, but they don't get as much play as the people that's talking about the drug, sex, money, and murder. You know what I'm saying?
Because they wanted to
Because they
perpetuate that. Like you said, they had a
right,
plan.
right. They had a plan and they still using it. Like, okay, we'll take it back to even slavery. Slavery, you had the light skinned slaves and the dark skinned slaves. The light skinned slaves was able to live in the house. They wore nicer clothes, even though they were still hand me downs. And then with us, the darker skinned slaves, they had to sleep out in the cottages or in the field or whatever the case may be. That's one part of it. But the thing about that is people forget is that slavery was not just a punishment for us. It was a torture and a fear thing. They made us fear these people. They made us
They
fear
still teach it.
the YT people, and they still teaching it and they still pushing it and it still works. And the craziest thing about that is I read the letter. I can't think of the name of it. Just
Willie Lynch.
the Willie Lynch letter. Yes. I read that letter several times actually. And it's so funny that he said if you put your light skinned slaves against your dark skinned slaves, this will work to divide them for 400 years. It's been 400 years. It's way over 400 years, and that is still working.
Well, it's like
It's still
a
working.
complex mathematic problem. If I
Right,
put the young against the old, the men against the women, the light against the dark, there are multiple things going on.
right. But the thing is, if we were to ever, I mean, ever really find out who we were and to unite, they know they wouldn't be able to do anything with us because
Well,
we
I
are
don't think they
family.
would have to. I think that they feel like they would not be able to survive because, like Tommy said, we don't produce anything. And if we wake up, what are they going to produce?
Right.
Their
Exactly,
money would
Tammy.
be depleted.
Exactly, Tammy. Exactly. And see, understand that nothing can grow without support.
Right.
Okay? That you can I don't care. Listen, a seed can't grow without the support of the soil. You
Right.
understand where I'm coming from?
Mhm.
So if we don't support each other, how do we grow? How do we grow? We just keep supporting everything that don't look like us. Okay,
Right.
what are we telling these other races? We telling these other races we not competitive and we not concerned with growing. We not
Mhm.
concerned with the future of our children. We are concerned in investing in the future of their children. Okay, because when you buy Bentleys, what you doing is you investing in Bentley and Bentley community, and you investing in giving Bentley children a brighter future. All right.
Mhm.
When, listen, when you're not willing to invest nothing, listen, Jordan's is not going to teach your son financial literacy.
Mhm.
Okay. Listen,
And not only that, these kids are spoiled as hell.
Yeah, exactly. But
because
but
the
but
parents are trying to say, "Well, I'm giving you everything that I never got," but that's not the. But the things that you did get is what you should be giving them.
right, and do everything you give them. Is it raising them or is it
Right.
maintaining them? Okay, because these kids need to be raised. They need to be taught. And it's just like how quick I see whenever I see a child failing and you talking to the parent and the first thing she talking about is all the stuff she gave them. Okay, she talking about nothing she taught them. Okay, you give a child all of these different measures of luxury, but you taught them nothing. What you breeding is entitlement. Okay, and what happens when they feel entitled and they not and you're not able to provide it for them? What you think the next step in course of action is? They gonna start taking. Okay, when you feel you entitled to things, when you feel that you entitled to things that you haven't earned, things that you haven't put one foot in front of the other one, laced those shoes up and got out here and got some kind of job done to acquire them, it breed
Yeah, you're right.
entitlement. Okay, so you keep giving them things and giving them things. See, so that's why me, as a father, I'm here to teach my sons. You know what I'm saying? As their mom, you gotta understand. I don't look for her to teach. I look for her to nurture. Okay, it's my job to make sure they got what they need upstairs to face the world. Okay, because the world is not gonna look at them through the eyes of their mommy and daddy. You understand? In the real world, your son or daughter is not going to be rewarded for bad behavior. Your
Ex-
son or daughter is not going to be rewarded for being a loser. And it's just like when my son come to me and he trying to explain some foolishness and I'm telling him, "Listen, every loser got a great reason for why he a loser. Every
Right.
loser got a beautiful excuse for why he a loser. But the truth and the reality of the situation is this: don't nobody give a damn why you a loser. Only that you a damn loser.
Right. And that's part of the reason why they say train up a child. But I got a funny story for y'all.
Go.
Um, when I was about 14 in junior high school, and they had an assembly. So when the assembly came, when the people came on for the assembly, they told us about DIFUS, right? So at the time, we lived in a 4-bedroom house with 3 bathrooms. Okay. Now I'm 14. My room consists of a queen size canopy bed with a walk in closet. All right. So I'm laying on my couch in my room when my mom come home. And so she was like, "How was your day at school?" So I'm like, "Oh, it was cool." I said, "We had an assembly at such and such time and they told us this." And I said, "They told us if we feel like we being abused, we could call them." Right. So my mom,
Mm, mm,
the
mm.
thing about it is between my room and my mom room was the bathroom, right? So my mom said, "Hmm." And she walked down the hall because she had just got off work. She walked down the hall. She went to her room and then she put her stuff down. So then she came through the bathroom, which was between my room and her room. So she said, "So somebody at school told you if you get bad grades or whatever and I punish you, you could call them." I said, "Yeah, that's what they told us at school today." She said, "Well, hmm." She said, "Well, if you decide that you want to call them," she said, "I'm going to beat your ass before they get here. I'm going to beat your ass while they sitting here. And I'm going to F you up when they leave." I was like, I don't think I'm going to call them. And she was like, "Why you ain't going to call?" She was like, "They told you to call them. Why you ain't going to call them now?" I said, "I wasn't going to call them anyway, but I was just telling you what happened at school." She said, "Well, why you ain't going to call them?" I said, "Because I pretty much think that before they get here, while they sitting here after they leave, that's pretty much abuse. So what's the point of me calling them?" She laughed so hard. And I was like, you know what? I said, Ma, I said, you ain't gotta worry about me calling them. But
You know, these systems, excuse me,
right.
system, these systems that they put in place really don't even work for the abused child. The
Exactly.
abused child falls through the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
So these are just systems made to try to instill fear and uh have you without authority in your own domiciles.
Right.
That's
And
what they're meant to do, but actually come in there and correct anything or stop anything, they do
no,
not.
they do nothing. Because I've seen them take people children who are well mannered, you know what I'm saying, good kids. And then I've seen kids that have been so neglected. I mean, from not eating to dirty clothes to smelling to everything. And they leave those kids right in those situations, but they'll take the pretty decent kids. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of
And
times you have to be really, really doing the worst and doing the most, or have serious drug issues to have them, or signs of sexual abuse to get the children out,
mhm,
physical or sexual abuse.
right. But the thing about that is like they're destroying the parent. You know what I'm saying? I just always had the mindset of this. If I ever were to have any children, I'm disciplining my children. I don't know about nobody else and I can't speak for someone else. But as far as me and mine, I'm disciplining mine because I feel like this. If I don't discipline you, the police is. And I rather you know, at least you know in my discipline, I love you. They ain't gonna
Well,
have no love for you and they ain't gonna show you no remorse.
no discipline is abuse too. To have information and allow you to do things that I know that's going to cause you harm is a level of abuse.
Right.
So again, it's just meant to take the authority out of your hands, but they're not going to actually do anything. What it does is like keeps distractions.
Hmm.
It is a distraction technique. Because my mother ain't never worried about whooping anybody ass in her house, whether it's me, you, or anybody else
Exactly.
that don't
But that's
follow
what I
her
was going.
rules.
That
And if
goes
you
back
don't
to
like
the
them,
women.
look, the door got a lock. It ain't locked when you want to go out the other side.
Right. But that's just like that's where the village came in. You know what I'm saying? If I was at your house and we was having a sleepover or whatever, and I did something, if I broke something or whatever, your mom had all right and permission to do whatever she had to do with me while spending the night at her house. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, she
But
gonna whoop
now,
my ass because I'm the one, you my company, and she gonna hold me totally accountable for
right,
bringing
but that
somebody in there and not enforcing her rules.
hmm but she gonna get me too for doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, she's gonna hold you accountable because I'm your company. But see, the thing with that is when these parents, when these parents raising these kids, they let their child do something at your house. They could have broke a urn in your house, and their parents will want to fight you. Like,
We had a situation here in Baltimore just recently at Carver High School where two students was fighting and the parents came up there and bought guns and gave their child a gun to shoot the other child.
see what I'm saying? Stupid stuff. Whereas with us, it wasn't no back talk to an elder, wasn't no disrespect to an elder, because either one of them was gonna get you half dead anyway. You know what I'm saying? But these parents are just like they raise the entitled kids. A man could be 30 years old, but if he call his mama and his mama want to do whatever it is that he want done, you're entitled.
The thought that a parent would give another child a gun and go up to school, what did you think the outcome of that would be? That
That
means the
that's
parents
crazy.
aren't
That's
thinking
ridiculous.
as much as children are.
That's what I'm saying. Entitled kids, even though they're
16-year-old son got off the scooter.
physically
17-year-old son got off the scooter and
they're not
murdered somebody.
mentally
He got back on the scooter with her and they drove up.
And
And then
I feel
my
like we are
husband,
crippling. We are crippling. I'm gonna say we crippling these kids because they have no accountability for nothing.
it's not going to be a cripple. They're going to die. If
Exactly.
they are going to lose their life without discipline and boundaries.
Right.
Because they're not going to understand or foresee that they're in danger. My husband just told me a story that there was a mother and son on a scooter. The mother, the 16-year-old boy got off the scooter, murdered somebody in front of his mother, and got right back on the scooter again. When you can and they drove off together. My mother is not going to come out and commit no crimes with me, even if she know I'm committing crimes. She going to be like, oh, you want to do that one on your own.
Right. That's the same conversation that we was having about the Shanquella case. Like, these parents know that they did something. And although they are adults, they have no fear of their parents. We had fear of our parents.
Right. Let me slide in. My mother, like I said, if I had a warrant out for me, I could be upstairs in the bed and the police come knocking on the door. My mother opening up that door, and I'd be like, they be taking me out in handcuffs, and I'd be like, Mom, why you open up the door? And she always tell me, I forgot her favorite word, but it was like, she's not taking up for me when I'm doing wrong. That was her whole motto. When you wrong, you wrong. And I didn't raise you to be that way. I raised you with morals, values, and principles. That's why I can always relate back to it, because that's what was brought and that's what was programmed to me. And that's what I'm saying, like you were saying, Ms. Groovy, when it comes to the family of the Cabo Six, they not, responsible for what happened because they are grown. But at the same time, when you are a man or a woman of the cloth, you got two of them, Winter and Elise mothers, are pastors.
What? They're
Yes.
they're the worst ones.
Yes. Now Winter's mother, the Daejhanae the Truth Teller, the content creator Daejhanae the Truth Teller, she called Winter's mother. And Winter's mother tried to compare her daughter Winter to Jesus Christ.
What? She's delusional.
Let me see if I still got it. I delete so much. I think I got it. I don't know if this is
right. So yes, she did have a fight that y'all will see that's going viral. They were fighting.
Please let me have that. I delete.
You know what? See, that's part of the problem, that the authority or the figure of authority is not correcting bad behavior. So that didn't just start right there. That's been going on, which led them up to be the type of people that they are.
Exactly. Let me see.
Sure, yeah. Okay. What kind of car are you in? I'm in a red Mercedes-Benz. Is that a sedan or a SUV?
That's my guy.
See if I got it down.
And that's the part about it. Like, the parents ain't even holding their kids accountable.
Right. Her mother compared her daughter to the same as Jesus Christ.
Ain't no way. Because see, one thing they never said Jesus did was commit a crime. They said he was without sin.
Well, I tell you what, when you put that level of energy out there, it comes right back. So if somebody do something to her daughter or her loved ones, what type of justice is she looking for?
And not only that, Alyssa's sister died the same night.
Right.
Who?
Alyssa, one of the Cabo Six, had lost their sister the same night, and it was for domestic violence.
Good God Almighty. Did it happen there or it happened here?
It happened in North Carolina.
So it just goes back to what we all were saying, Tommy and everybody else was saying. It's like, as parents, we got to draw the line. Yeah, man, my kids cool. But at the end of the day, my kids know I'm their father. And they know that it's a line that they just not going to cross. Because if they cross that line, they know they ain't going to hear from me.
My mom used to tell me,
immediately.
Right, I will fight with you to the death.
And that's how I carry it. But when you wrong.
But when you wrong, I'm not going to oppose you in your wrongdoing. And I think that's most parents. But these, I mean, like I said, these are misguided, entitled children. Because
I'm gonna tell y'all, I gotta be honest now.
Here with me, and you just hurt somebody else. No, you about to go to the police station, and you gonna tell them everything that happened, or you about to be homeless.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I have a son, and my son has not always been a good boy. And I remember my son did something, and he, turning himself in was something I would not have thought that I would have said to my boy. And if he'd have said, "Mom, I'm not gonna face that," I ain't gonna lie, I probably would have just gave him a hug and say, "I love you. You just gotta make better choices." Because of the fear that my son could get hurt in there too. Right. Now, I don't want nobody else's child hurt, and I certainly don't want my child to live with the blood on his hands.
Right.
Tammy, you a mom.
Now,
you a mom, Tammy.
Had it been a self-defense thing, then I probably would have been like, "Okay, kid, let's do it this way." You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't a self-defense thing.
No.
Not that. That was awful. And if my child was caught up in that, I would be like, "You need to tell me what's going on." Because me, myself, and I'm going to be honest again, I would be like, eventually, murder ain't got no no time limit on it. Right. You need to do what you need to do and let everybody else handle it the way they need to handle it. Everybody needs to lawyer up and come up front.
Right.
But nobody ain't running to no murder charges.
My mother's whole thing was this: if you big and bad to be out there into that type stuff, then you gotta be big and bad to suffer the consequences. If you big and bad to be out there breaking that law, when them people come for you, then you got to be big and bad to face the madness. That's what she.
Yeah, you can't bring them to your people's house and let them go through and keep harassing your people either. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying, like, and I always speak just for my mom. I know Tommy can speak for his mom too. Like, because my mother, and this is what she would always told me. I say, well, damn, Ma, you always go to the prisons to see Junie, but you don't never come see me. You don't set no collect card. She said, because you know better. She said, I ain't raised you to be that way. You wanted to be that way. So she said that I learned from not putting my foot down with him. So she said, I wasn't going to go through that with you. She said, I saw what it done by not putting my foot down with him. So that's why she was always putting her foot down with me. She was like, I ain't taking up for your black ass. No, I ain't accepting no phone calls from your black ass. That was her favorite word to me. So with me, and I knew if I got locked up, I knew that I was going to have a hard time getting out of it because like my brother had my mother, but I didn't have my mother because my mother wouldn't play that shit with me.
Because she didn't want to become your enabler, and I get that. Bingo. And that's a hard thing for a mother to do.
And she told me that. But like she said, had not she had that experience with my brother, then she probably would have been that way towards me. But she said that if she could have done it over, she wouldn't have been that way with my brother. She would have been the same way with my brother, the same way that she was with me.
I don't think so. I'm gonna tell you why. And just hear me out. And it's just from knowing y'all. Every mother treat their child differently. You know, you were a little younger than Junie was when y'all lost y'all dad. I think that she felt like it hit him and affected a chance to save you when she didn't with him.
Right.
Because all of y'all was at a loss. And when you look at it as a mother, you can't lose all your children running behind one.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? So the only thing you could do is sort of support them in that and hold on to the other one and say, don't you do that.
And then just to iterate on it, Tammy, like I just remember how my mother would break her neck for me. You know what I'm saying? Like you got under Tammy, you know. Like my mother, listen, won't nobody be living in a house. She listen, my mother would do like my mom gave me a son that raised me a certain way. With growing up, I thought all women was like my mother
Right.
towards their children. You gotta understand. To my mom, I knew without a doubt wasn't nothing more important than her than me.
Right.
Wasn't nothing more important than my mama than it wasn't never nothing my mama had better to do than taking care of me, her son and her daughter. All right. Listen, my mama, that was my baby. All right. Like I'm telling you, like I just thought all women was like my mom. And then when I got into the world and really seen, hey, women, they that's not how you know what I'm saying? Because when you would tell me about when I would hear things about neglect and stuff like that, it just didn't register to me until I actually got a chance to get out in the world. Because I never knew nothing about no neglect.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I had the kind of mom who was completely different. Okay, if the police showed up at my door, straight up, my mama would tell them motherfuckers I ain't dead. They gonna have to come in and find me.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, because she don't even when you mess up, it's hard because she know what the ramifications could be, and she ain't really raised you like that.
Right. Now my dad was a different story. Completely different story. All right. Listen, my dad used to tell me this, boy, you think because you can get your mama to believe that, you gonna get other people to believe that?
Mm-hmm.
Your
Listen, the
mama
only
wanna believe you.
right. Right. You see what I'm saying? So you know the difference. All right. The disciplinary nature of my father and the loving, caring, nurturing nature of my mom. But they both live in me today. You understand where I'm coming from?
You
So I
couldn't
can
have
have
done one without the other, because it'll
right,
been too hard on one side and
right,
too soft
right,
on the
Tammy.
other.
Mm.
Exactly. Exactly, Tammy. So to this day, all right, with the values that they instilled in me, I don't argue with my son's mom because I understand the bond that they got between mother and son, and my bond with my children and with my sons, they gonna be different.
Mm.
Okay, because the nature of my hand is coming from authority. I lead with discipline and accountability. Okay, she lead with love and care and nurturing. All right, so our parenting styles going to be different, but they both equally needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason why they say boys marry their mother and girls marry their father. Like
Right,
if their father was abusive or whatever, a lot of these young girls be starting to they done started messing with men who are abusive.
right.
And the same thing for, men. If they find a girl, if she's not as close to his mom as possible, he's not gonna wife her. And people fail to realize that. Like men be looking for the qualities that they mother show them all their life in the woman that they choose to marry.
And that's true.
Vice versa for the girls. Like the women, if their father wasn't there and he talked to their mom real reckless and was abusive to their mom, 9 times out of 10 they're gonna mess with a dude that's doing the same thing.
Well, unfortunately, my daddy was a bank robber
Wow.
and he was a street person. And, my whole family, I come from a family full of gamblers.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas though gambling was so bad, it might have been better with drugs.
Wow.
The same outcome happened. The fight,
Right, Tammy.
you know, like all the money going, the police coming.
Mhm.
It was the same thing. My mother went to school and she had children by my brother and sister father, who was a decent man, but still a hustler. He owned the bar, but he
Mhm.
was still a pool shark.
Right.
So gambling has always been around me, gambling and drugs.
Mhm.
And so, like, I know in my journey in life, there are a lot of things that I have seen that I know are not the right things, but they don't affect me. It's like, oh my God, that's the worst thing in the world. I really don't feel like that. Now, do I want
Mhm.
that for my children? Absolutely not. My mother didn't
Right.
want it for me.
Right.
These things were brought into the household when I was young to generate income.
Right.
Right.
So when I look at it, but there was never a time that we were not supposed to educate ourselves. Anything you did, you were supposed to educate yourself. I am responsible for what is in my head, and I
Right.
cannot go out that door and say I did not know. I
Mhm.
cannot get involved in something that I don't know anything about.
Right. And one thing that I can't stand that a lot of parents say is my child wouldn't do that or my child didn't do that. And I think to this quote that I heard a little while ago, and it says, "Parents, you cannot say what your child will or won't do when they're not in your presence, because one thing for sure, we are not their only influence."
Their peers is the bigger circle. So when it
Right.
comes to like Sister Shanquella, I have to wonder who are these people that her friends that got around her and ultimately caused her death. Were they always jealous of her? And Tommy,
Absolutely.
I think you know when you got people in your circle who are jealous of you, that
Yes.
Right.
even though you try to befriend them, they still hating you on the
Yes.
sideline.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
You
And
know
And
what
there's
I
listen,
mean?
nothing you
they
can do
they
to there's nothing
deal
you
with
can
us.
do to change it. Okay? If you can't turn them into you, that listen, trust me, life in these situations where you gotta let life teach you. Okay? That when a person show you who they are, you don't
Believe
forget.
them.
Okay, and you don't forget. All right, I don't care what transpire when somebody show you who they are exactly right, Tammy. You better believe them.
The first time.
But see, then now Sister Shanquella was young and had some, I'm gonna say good fortune with some things that she was doing and was able to generate some income and wanted to share that with some people.
Right.
And I think if the sister thought, if she really understood, I'm going to say this, if she really understood people and money, she would have known the more money that you have, that becomes an empty box that you in.
Mhm.
You
And it's
don't
like,
get a lot of friends when you got too much income.
right. And she had two businesses.
And she had way too many friends. 5 people? That's more
Well,
friends than I
well,
got.
let's back up. One of them was supposed to be her best friend, which was Khalil. Khalil
Now,
had been on family vacations with them. She has taken him all every place that she went, he mostly went. The
okay,
other
now, was
one,
he paying his own way for any of that?
no, she was paying it.
That ain't that. Then that sounds more like a bought friendship. And I don't know. But this is what I'm gonna say because I got a real close friend, Tanya, and her family used to invite me to things. But it became a time, even if they wanted to do it for me, I had to show up and say no, not this time.
Hmm. And then
Because at some point, all I'm doing is taking from the relationship, and I'm not putting nothing back in it.
right. And then the other ones, the other four, was it four or five? Five. The other five, she went to college with. they were associates. They were not friends. Like
So
she
they
knew that.
too,
They knew
when
who
you
she
got
was.
money and you're
And
pretty,
mm-hmm,
people want to be around you.
right. And not only that, I believe like she had some close friends, like the young lady that was out there with y'all, Shank.
Right.
And I think she had some friends that she, that was in her everyday circle, I'll say. But
But
the
like
rest
Tommy
of them,
said, she thought everybody was like her family, very loving.
no, she thought everybody was going to at least be cool. Cause I feel like this had, but I also feel as though she got some type of vibe where she felt she wasn't wanted there.
She paid their way. If I wouldn't have went and checked out and
Because
left them fools say my name ain't what it is.
They wouldn't let her
because
leave.
the
They
the
wouldn't let her
fact that
leave.
she hit up, come on now, if you do hair, if you personally do hair, I do hair, okay? I used to do hair. I went to school for it and everything. If I do hair and I got on a wig, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't calling no hairdresser to ask them how can I maintain my wig.
Mm-hmm.
That was
She
a
ca-
hint.
she
That
called
was
the
a subtle
stylist.
hint. Cause
She called the
she
stylist of her
called her
wig.
hairdresser
That's who
who
did her
did her
hair.
wig and asked him how to maintain it. You do hair. Why would you need to ask him how to maintain it?
I think
And this is not
Shanquella
your first.
did kids braiding. She did braids.
Yeah. Let
Right.
let
She
me
did braids, but she still did hair. And not only that, like that wasn't her first wig. I could see if I put on, like, I've never worn a wig because I got hair, crazy long hair. But the whole thing is, if you do hair and this is not your very first wig or your first 3 to 4 wigs, I'll say, yeah, you might ask the question like, how do I maintain this part of the hair? You understand what I'm saying?
let me
I
slide in.
think that
Hold,
she just
hold,
didn't know these people like
hold,
she thought she did.
hold tight,
Right.
y'all. Hold tight.
I
Hold
agree.
tight, y'all. Hold tight. Let me slide in, y'all. And let me
Oh,
bring everybody up to date on the Shanquella Robinson case. Let me slide in.
Tonight, we learned more about the timeline of events and the inconsistencies that need to be cleared up. Family says Shanquella Robinson arrived to their luxurious Ocean View home, Villa Linda 32, on October 28th. The guest list notes there were 7 people on the trip. Robinson called her mom to tell her a chef was cooking them dinner that night.
I say, well, okay, I love you, have a good night.
And she talked to her the next day. We know at some point Robinson was violently assaulted by another woman inside the villa. Picture comparison with the villa's online photo gallery confirms the fight happened in the master suite. Multiple people watched the fight, encouraging Quella to fight back.
Quilla, can you at least fight back?
She says no before she's thrown to the ground and punched and kicked in the head and back of the neck. Investigative reporter Gerardo Zuniga with Metro Polymix shared the police report with Queen City News. It says on October 29th at 2:13 p.m., the group called for a doctor, telling that doctor Robinson drank too much alcohol and they wanted to give her an IV. At 3:15 p.m., the doctor arrived and noted Robinson had a poor verbal response in a drunken state, with stable vital signs and was dehydrated. Dr. Carolina Beatriz Onelias Gutierrez recommended they transfer Robinson to the hospital, but her friends insisted they treat her on site. At 4:20, Robinson had a seizure, and that's when her friend, named in the report as Wenter Donovan, called 911 to request an ambulance. During that time, Robinson's condition deteriorated. Dr. Gutierrez declared her deceased just before 6 p.m. The doctor was with Robinson for nearly 3 hours, a large discrepancy with her death certificate, which says she died 15 minutes after her injury. Another inconsistency, her time of death, which is noted as 3 p.m. on her death certificate and 6 p.m. in the police report. Police who were called to the villa at 5 p.m. arrived at 5:25. They tell Queen City News friends also told officers Robinson had alcohol poisoning, something they say they knew was false when her autopsy came back. On November 9th, Robinson's mother, frustrated and seeking the truth, speaks to Queen City News, telling us she doesn't believe the story her daughter died of alcohol poisoning, something her so-called friends were also telling the family. On November 10th, Robinson's body arrived back home to family along with her death certificate, which listed her cause of death a severe spinal cord injury and atlas luxation, which is instability in the top vertebrae in the neck. It indicated to family she had been beaten. On November 16th, only after news agencies pressed Mexican authorities on the suspicious death did they share a press release stating they were investigating the death of a woman at Fundadores Beach Club. 2 days later, November 18th, the FBI announced it had launched an investigation into Robinson's death, nearly 3 weeks after she died. Now, in that police report, the doctor lists her cause of death as cardiac arrest, not a severe spine injury. One thing that's remained consistent is that aside from statements made from friends, there's no mention of alcohol in Robinson's body or as a cause of death. Brian?
No, we know that there is some facts in this case. We do know that there's still a lot of unanswered questions. The biggest unanswered question for us is what the motive was. There's a lot of things on the table what the motive was. Some people say they was jealous. Some people say it was about the PPP loan. Some people say it was about, some a guy, it was over a guy. So there's different theories on what the motive was. The only ones that for sure know what the motive was were the ones that were there. Now, one of them, which is Nazir, he's the only one out of the 6 that came forward publicly. The other ones they did come public. The one that's attacking her, Daejhanae and Winter, they were on their social media platforms in the very beginning. But once that video hit, they pretty much shut down their social media platforms.
Now, okay, I got a question. My understanding that it wasn't said very early on that 2 of these people were out the LGBTQ community and were, in fact, people who identify as women. Is that so?
So here's the thing. They've been trying to say that the one that attacked her, Daejhanae, possibility could have been a transgender. So she's definitely one that people were saying she's transgender. Now, all 3 of the males that were there, people are saying that they belong to the LGBT community as well. So yes, they are saying that they did belong to the LGBT community.
So why isn't this a hate crime then? The same way if 5 or 6 straight people would have jumped on one person out of the LGBTQ community, how come this isn't looked at as a hate crime?
As of this point right now, I couldn't tell you. All I know is that the attorney that's on this case, now she's the civil attorney. That's Sue Ann Robinson.
And why is there a civil attorney instead of a criminal attorney in a murder case? Is it because her papers doesn't say she was murdered?
So that's a good question. A lot of people feels as though the family should hire a criminal attorney. However, Shanquella Robinson isn't the one that committed a crime against somebody. The crime was committed against her. So she had so in order for them to get any answers, they have to get a civil attorney, because a criminal attorney is only for those that was responsible for her death.
Okay, that makes sense. So again, how come there hasn't been, like, these people work, they have lives, they were with somebody excuse me, and they did not return back with the person who paid for that trip. And forgive me for saying this, I think that friends should be for either a season, a reason, and you'll find out as time go on who are going to be lifetime friends.
Miss Groovy, I'm gonna
Yes.
let you wait a minute, Tammy. I'm gonna let you come in, Miss Groovy, but let me let Mel come get in. So Tammy, just direct your questions to Mel. Mel, you can come in and answer these questions from Tammy. Then Groovy, Miss Groovy, I'm gonna let you come in later.
Okay.
I just want to say, first of all, to Miss Groovy, that she made a very, very good point. And I never thought about that way. I don't think anyone has not ever verbally or in a chat thought about it when you said if she is a hairstylist, plus she's had wigs before, why would she text her hairstylist and ask him what to do about her baby hairs? And that is a very good point. And I got to think about that one, because that is like, that's another thought there.
So is that the suggestion that may be disinformation, something that was said purposely to throw everything off?
No, it's not to throw anything off, but I have to think about that part of it. But it's interesting that you said that, Miss Cooley. And I think one clarification, Tammy, is that she did not pay for that trip for everybody.
Okay. So how many people did she pay for?
2.
And how did the others get there?
I mean, this is a trip that they planned in June, so they all got there by air, but she just did not fund the trip. It was something that was planned.
So who room were they in?
That was her room.
Right. So my thing is, this attack happened in her space. Was she supposed to be sharing that room with anybody?
No.
So she let all of them in. So my thing is, if they're all friends, now they're not associates, like this person didn't really know this person because she invited them. She did invite everybody, right? They made this trip jointly together.
No. She was a last minute invite. No, this was about somebody else. So it was a party. It's said to have been a birthday celebration for Daejhanae. Daejhanae planned the whole trip. So that was, again, the planning part started in June. So that was some information that was out there, I guess, a long time ago, that Shanquella paid for everybody. No, she did not do that. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think I can go out on a limb and say that more than likely she only paid for herself. I don't even think she paid for Khalil.
No, they said she paid for 2.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard that part of it, but I do. But at the end of the day, she did not pay for everybody, and she did not let everybody into that room. There was there were things that were going on, and it would take probably some of the originals like Nick Lennon and just other people that we've all been following it for a long time to kind of like put everything out there, because it's kind of hard to put everything out there, at this point, because there's so much more and so many new developments and different things that we discuss and work on, sometimes a lot behind the scenes. But at the end of the day, it was just a birthday trip that was planned somebody else, and Shanquella was a last minute invite.
And she was a last minute invite. As a last minute invite, and she paid for 2 other people as a last minute invite.
No, she did not pay for 2 other people. Again, if she paid for another person at this moment, I'm not sure who the other person was that she paid for, because everybody else was on the trip that was pre-planned in June. Somebody backed out of the trip. They invited her. So as far as her I still think it's speculation that she paid for somebody else. I really think she
Okay.
just paid for
Well,
herself.
I'm gonna drop that. My question is now, y'all say somebody else was murdered back home the day after or the day before, and those two things are totally separate. It wasn't like a he said she said thing going on.
No,
No.
no, that was another domestic violence
Yeah, the sister.
situation, but it just happened to be the sister of one of the girls that was on the trip.
Yeah.
But it was totally separate. Totally separate.
Okay. Now, what's the likelihood that six people can keep this one incident that much of a secret if somebody didn't have anything to do with it, if they didn't have something to do with it? My thoughts would be, and it's just being a street person. You, and Tommy could be somewhere, and I'ma just do it like this. I can recall times I've been on the street, and we're gonna talk about a brother who's no longer here, Bruley, and they go after another guy, they robbing him. I'm just happen to be on the street. What's the likelihood that if I'm asked by somebody, and especially if the brother get hurt, that I'm not going to say anything, even though I was there? I didn't directly have anything to do with it, even though I know the people. Because like I say, when it comes down to 20 years and 30 years, people can act as tough as they want, but those numbers say something different with somebody in that room by themselves.
My thoughts exactly, Tammy. I think they all had something to do with it because it just ain't no way that all of
Right,
them decided not to say nothing.
right. Things don't work like that. So if she was a last minute invite, it had to be something kind of brewing prior to then that people are overlooking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think what I'm saying, it's not being overlooked. It's being discussed, but it's not being overlooked.
Right.
There was a lot of things going on, and again, as we delve deeper into the case and different things that we are able to come up with, and a lot of things that we've kind of like put together in the last 24 hours, there was a lot going on. It was a lot going on. So again, it's kind of hard. I mean, you would have to kind of like join us whenever, all the times that Shank does a demonstration, to kind of really get yourself caught up, or go back and look at all of our demonstrations since last year sometime, to really get caught up on actually what's happened. Because at this point, it's so much stuff out there. But I think that most of the demonstrations that we've done have dealt with facts of things that we found throughout the situation. But even with Nazir doing his live, there's definitely something deeper that is going on in this situation.
It gotta be, like I said, because six people are not gonna keep quiet about somebody's death if they didn't have anything directly to do with it. There's no interest to do that. And I know y'all saying that people have been questioned, but again, I don't know if homicide ever investigated you. I know the homicide detectives I know have been relentless. And if they continue to keep coming around, you could tell them no once or twice, and then they show up a year later, even with something that is a lie. And even if a small story has changed, is enough to get somebody to say, oh no, we're going to revisit this in a different way because you've said something different.
Right.
Let me let Shell slide in, Miss Groovy. Slide in, Shell.
Salute everybody.
Salute, Shell.
Salute.
Hello.
How you doing? Just to piggyback on on Tammy. Well, when you say homicide continues to act, but remember this was done in a different country, so they don't have jurisdiction. Like they don't have so the police department in Charlotte is out of it.
I get that. But it didn't happen on a tourist spot?
Yep. It happened in Mexico. So if it's gonna be a constant interrogation, it wouldn't come from the Mecklenburg's police department. and then the FBI, they move how they move. So I don't know, the constant interrogation. I can't say that I know positively, but what it's given that they really, they haven't been like badgered, like how you say in homicide would for someone, on the street.
Let me give you this,
They're only
Tammy.
going to do that if it affects their money.
Hold tight for 1 second, y'all. Let me just give this to Tammy, y'all. So the feds had the case, Tammy. The feds in North Carolina had the case. The feds, after they done their investigation, the feds came back and said that they wasn't prosecuting any of them because they couldn't find enough evidence, because all of the friends that was there, they all said that Shanquella agreed to a fight. So homicide detectives never investigated it. The feds investigated.
So they do agree that it was a fight.
And then I'm gonna let Shell, Miss Groovy, and everybody else come in. So here's the thing. In the attack video, when Shanquella is being attacked, and I'll play it again. I had just played the clip. The guy Malik, he said to Shanquella, can you at least fight back? What did she say? She said no. So even though the feds might say, well, the friends, they said that she agreed to the fight, but you got a video where she's saying no to fighting.
But I'm sorry, Eric. I don't know what that means when you say somebody agrees to fight. Because somebody agrees to fight doesn't mean that they agree to a duel to the death.
Stop right there. Stop. Hold tight, Tammy. Stop right there. That's what me, Shell, Mel, Tommy, Miss Groovy, that's what we all know. We all know that. But that's the feds' reason for not prosecuting anybody. But you know the feds just like we know how the feds work. There's something wrong with that picture, Tammy.
Well, right. So just to hear me out now. Now, wherever this vacation spot was, obviously it was nice. It was on the beach, and it's pretty exclusive. So, has there been any boycott of any kind to this particular location, not to spend money because you're not safe there?
Let me let Tommy come in on this, because I want to hear Tommy's demonstration on this. Tommy, come in on what Tammy said. And if you don't really know, then I'll give it to somebody else, Tommy.
Shank, I'm not completely abreast with everything, but what I know exactly what Tammy's saying. But what you gotta understand is, for them to really get to the bottom of this, we gotta know one thing. First of all, they gotta care. We all can clearly see that they could get to the bottom of this if they want. All right. All it would take is a little bit of pressure and a few threats. And I'm not under the impression for 1 second that they don't even already know exactly what happened. They do. But what you gotta understand is, to get to the bottom of it, first of all, it's going to take their time, it's going to take their attention, and it's going to take their resources. And what is their motivation to get to the bottom of this? When this happened in Mexico, it's not really their jurisdiction, and they can throw the problem off on Mexico. What you think they going to do?
But it wasn't their jurisdiction when they locked up the dog for locking up Max Factor.
No, I agree with you 100%. What I'm telling you is, they don't care. That's why they not getting to the bottom of it.
Okay, so it's not that it's not solvable. It's that they simply just said we don't have an interest in looking into this case. So as advocates for a level of justice for this good sister, has anybody tried to use that particular location as a targeted spot to say, no, don't go there? You this is a dangerous space.
You're not going to stop people from going there, because it doesn't have anything to do with the citizens there. They have a civil attorney, and trust me, she's on the job.
You know,
I would have to disagree with that because I think that when money start being pulled out of particular places, people come up with all kinds of informations, maybe videos or something else that they may have seen if they thought they was going to lose some money behind it.
Slide in, Miss Groovy, and then I'm gonna come to you, Shell. Slide in, Miss Groovy.
Okay. Well, I feel like this. It's like Tommy said, first they have to care. And because she's not a YT woman, she's not important to them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like they still finding out stuff about the Natalie Holloway case. You know what I'm
absolutely.
saying?
And
Had
they
she
still looking
been
for somebody to arrest.
right, but they just arrested the guy who said that he did it. But that was 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's like what is going to make put a fire up under y'all FBI to say this girl was important? That's
Yeah,
just
because
like
at some
the
point it's like chasing your
trafficking.
tail.
Right. That's just like the trafficking that's been going on, the stolen organs, all of that stuff. Like, come on now, with the Kanika Jenkins case.
but you see what happened when we won't unite because
Right.
you see how you got this you see how we got the Rock Squad who united in the fight against her. Then you would turn on another podcast and they'll be united and just throwing this to the side. Now
Mhm.
instead of us being united in the fight to get her justice, now you give authorities a side to take. And
Right.
naturally, being as though they don't care, they're going to take this aside of the people who saying, look, the hell with this, just throw this to the back burner because of this, that, and the third. They're going to take the easiest route. And the easiest route is to roll with the people who saying don't do nothing.
Mhm. And
Because
that's
because
part of the
even in
reason
this,
why we keep
we
saying
can't
say her
unite.
name.
Right.
That's why we
Well,
keep saying say her name, post hashtag justice for Shanquella Robinson. We keep saying that because we don't want them to drop this case. You know what I'm saying? We not gonna stop until they get what they deserve.
I just think
Period.
that, you know, if
We
people are
gotta
gonna
get us
play,
all on the same page. If all of us on the same page for justice for Shanquella, we could get to the bottom of it real quick. But as long
Mhm.
as they can divide us and then take a side, they're gonna take us the side of the people who lean into the action that they ultimately want to take, which is no action at all. See,
Right.
the authorities are, trust me, they authorities, but if you look at how they move and you really get invested in the way they conduct investigations, they are some very lazy individuals. And when it come to us as a people, they get even lazier.
Mhm.
well, I
So
see this
now
thing they got with the brother here. They did a podcast for him, and with some help, they got that brother out of jail from a life sentence.
Mhm.
So,
Wasn't he Indian? Was he black
he is,
or Muslim? He was Muslim, I thought. Now I'm
yeah,
thinking he's Muslim. Right. Okay, I know that case.
yes, he might as well be black. He ain't get treated no differently. So,
I know
you
the
know,
person that helped him. I know one of the guys, one of the people that helped him, and that's why I was making sure that was the same case. I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, Saeed. And he's going back to court now because they trying to send him back to jail. And you know, they even locked up the prosecutor that let him out. She's
Mm.
going to court, or she lost her case to mortgage fraud.
Wow.
She you know, so there are all types of ways that they do things when you try to go up against the establishment.
Right.
So I think that any measure would be good at this time, even if the target may seem unfair because they have no rules.
Mhm.
So, whether it be like, just saying, hey, these are the people that were with her. Make sure you don't trust them with your lives.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to see them over and over and over again,
Mm-hmm.
people talk.
That's
That
why
that can make life uncomfortable.
I said when they do get locked up, I said Shanquella mom should send them a picture every day of Shanquella. Every single day for their whole entire sentence. Send them a picture of her every single day just so they will realize this is what y'all took from me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I've seen
And
plenty of pictures of Shanquella. I haven't seen any of them. Nobody really knows who these people are, what they look
cause
like.
they're
we know who
we
they
know what
are.
they look like.
Here they go
We
right
know
here,
what they
Tam.
look like.
We
It's
Oh,
the
gonna
that's
see
fact
them
it.
that
right there.
yeah, that's all
Yeah.
of them right there.
See, I ain't never seen it before.
From right to left, the dark skinned girl is Daejhanae. The boy in the middle, that's Nazir. The light skinned high yellow one, that's Winter. The other one with the lashes on, that's Elise. And then the one in the corner is Malik. That's the one who was telling Quilla, can you at least fight back? Like
And how old are these people?
eh, between 25 and 30,
Okay, so they all college educated people. What kind
supposedly.
of economic backgrounds they come from?
Well, the one with the lashes and the light skinned one, the real high yellow one,
Hmm.
their parents are pastors, ministers. Those two.
Okay,
And the one with the lashes is the one who lost her sister the same night.
okay. And what about the other three, the two men? What kind of economic background are they brought up in?
They're I can't tell you. I know that Shanquilla was trying, the one that's holding the money in the
Yeah,
background
that's
with the
all the way
green
in the
on.
back. Yeah.
That's Khalil. That's supposed to supposedly have been the best friend. That's the one that
Okay.
was supposed to be the best friend. Now, with him, he's the one that was going on vacations with her family and everything. The rest, Nazir is the one who got there the next day. So he wasn't directly involved, but he became an accessory after the fact because he said nothing. Alyssa, I
Okay.
feel like Alyssa was the one who leaked the video and called her mom and said they was over there fighting her. I think she was the one who did that.
And
Now,
now they're trying to say they don't know who leaked the video too.
right, yeah, they've been saying they don't know who leaked the video.
That's impossible.
Dejanay and Winter, the dark skinned one and the high yellow one, they are best friends. The one in the corner with the dreads, which is Malik, him and Khalil were close. And I did hear that they were the ones who was not manly, I'll say.
Okay.
They are part of they the ones that's a part of the
Oh fuck.
LBGTQIA plus community. Nazir, he's the only one who really does have an alibi that he didn't get there until the next day. His ticket, he proved it by showing his ticket and his reservation and everything. So for him, we gotta cut him some slack. But the only thing is, you said nothing. So that's why you're a part of this. Because
I
you
wanna,
could have
I wanna,
actually,
I wanna
when you went,
correct that because that's
huh?
not true. I want to correct that about Nazir not saying anything because not only did Nazir talk to her parents, he also talked to the FBI first.
Right. But what I'm
So,
saying
but he
is,
didn't say anything to the YouTube community, and
no,
that's
he
the
didn't
issue.
say anything
To
until
who?
he went to the parents' house, is what I'm saying.
What
Like
was he?
he could have said to the police, like, y'all really need to rush her to the hospital. Or you know what I'm saying, just on the sneak tip.
But it
But
was a
see,
reason. It was a
for
reason
me,
behind that, though. It was a reason behind that. So that's why we have to try to stick to the facts and not the misinformation
hmm I
Let
agree.
me
because it right. So he 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 can't tell the police to do anything.
Because the
So
police
that
was part of the cover up. But go
we
ahead,
have
Mel.
to, yeah,
Right.
we have to stick to the facts. So that's why so that's why I was trying to clear that part up. We have to stick to the facts.
But my thing as ministers, you got two ministers, kids. Y'all didn't even come to this girl's mother and say, I'm sorry for your loss. Even if you didn't say nothing about your child, I'm sorry for your loss as a minister or a person that's supposed to believe in God and you speak about God on a regular basis. Why? I'm just trying to put two and two together to understand their way of thinking as ministers. And then the doctor, when you got your license, part of your oath is to do no harm.
Hey Shane, can you go to the chat? I saw
So
somebody
it's
put a
like,
note in the chat that you're not going to the chat and they're going home.
oh,
So
so
can you look at the chat when you get a chance?
Say it again, Mel.
Can you go
check
to
the
the
chat.
chat when you get a chance? I saw someone say they was going to bed because you're not paying attention to the chat.
So it's like, again, like I said, the generations that's being raised up now are spoiled, entitled children, even if they supposed to be grown, because these parents felt as though I'm gonna give you everything that I never had, and then you get all of these spoiled people who now think that everything is supposed to be given to them. Nobody wants to work for anything. Like for us, when we was growing up, if we wanted something, we had to do chores, we had to keep our grades up, all of this stuff. Like the little white tea girl, her mom took her phone on the plane. That little girl acted a whole fool, like she was having seizures and everything because her mother took her phone. Then it was the case where they were saying that the boy destroyed his mother's house because she took his game, but he was supposed to be on punishment. Like it just doesn't make sense to me how your child can go over there and unalive somebody and you as a parent don't hold them accountable. I'm not saying turn them in or whatever. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying hold them accountable. Cause how, I mean, think about it like I think about it like this. Being a person who has lost children, I feel like this. I am never, ever, ever going to feel as though those parents did the right thing because as a mother losing a child, that is the hardest thing a person will ever do. Yes, when we lose our parents, that's one situation. You know what I'm saying? That's one situation that's different for everybody. But when you lose something that you carried, that's a pain that never goes away. That's for the father and the mother. And I could tell you, I lost one in 94, one in 99, and one in 2010. I still, to this day, deal with grief at certain times of the year. Christmas, Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Birthdays. I still deal with that. Literally, I was pregnant with my niece and my sister. Both of their kids are living, growing. Both of them have kids, and my child was the only one that's gone. You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes to stuff like that, people don't realize the pain that a parent has to deal with when they lose their child. And then you got people on the other side saying, "Oh, you still ain't over that?" Like, how can you say that to me when your child is still here? Like, my mom used to say that to me until she lost my brother. And even though my brother was 51 years old, she still lost a child. You understand what I'm saying? And I had to walk her through that process because I tell you no lie. My mom was in the hospital every week for like a month and a half because she wasn't dealing with her own grief. And I had to tell her, Mommy, if it comes up and you break down and cry, let it come. Because if you hold on to it, you're going to make yourself sick. She was literally in the hospital every week after my brother passed away for like 6 weeks because she thought she was having asthma attacks, but she was having panic attacks. So what I'm saying, and I said this before and I'll say it again, the Robinson family have not even began to grieve yet because they're fighting. They're fighting to find out what happened. They're fighting to find out why they did this. They're fighting with their own demons about what could I have done different. People don't really understand the level of grief that a parent goes through when they lose their child. So when you had and for Elise mom, the fact that she just lost her child as well, that should have triggered her to be like, let me call this mother to mother. You understand what I'm saying? Just to say, I'm sorry for your loss. And it doesn't take much, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to things of that nature, because when you lose a parent, of course, we all dread that day. You know what I'm saying? When you lose a mother or a father, that is like the worst day, and we think that that is the worst thing that could ever happen to us in life. But then when you flip it and you lose a child, that's somebody that you created. That's somebody that you held, that you carried, that you loved on in your belly and out. You understand what I'm saying? And then when you see this little face or whatever have you, and you fall in love all over again, like it's a different kind of loss.
And I don't mean to
And go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. Let me read this comment from Kansas. These people are adults that need to hold themselves accountable.
True. I agree with that as well. But I'm just saying I'm speaking from a mother's perspective. I'm not saying I know that they're adults, but I'm just speaking from a mother's perspective. And when it's just a hard thing to deal with. I believe Shank, you lost a child, right?
Yeah.
And so we have that in common where we feel as though like this family is really hurting and people don't see it because they out here fighting for their child when it could have been avoided. I don't know about nobody else, but like I said before, I lived in the hood the majority of my life. And if somebody agree to fight, they're not going to stand there in the stands with their hands down. I just can't believe that. I even if they not a fighter, you know what I'm saying?
Let me slide in for one more again. We got the man of the hour. We got Pee Wee. I was running your clip, Pee Wee. Want to give you your
Congratulations.
flowers. I want to give you your flowers, Pee Wee. You did an excellent job. Let me run it. Some of it, I'm going to have to try to get the audio for it, but let me show you your work, Pee Wee. Well, you already seen your work, but let me get everybody to give Pee Wee some flowers.
It's a beautiful situation. So we gonna keep the games rocking. Y'all ready to meet your next Cam's member? We gonna play another game. What's your name, Cam? Durrell. All right, Durrell, you stand right there. Durrell and all yellow. What's your name, Cam? G-Money from Virginia. Durrell, where you from? Baltimore. Oh, shit. We got Baltimore nigga. Nigga got Big Birds Nikes on. Durl and G Money. Nigga, your mama ain't named me G Money. What's George? Yeah. Durl and George, nigga. I look like some old niggas. It's Durl and George. Like co-workers. Back in the factory. Alright, so we gonna do it like this, Durl and George. We play a show where we roast each other, we joan each other, we cap. Wherever you from, we always got different names for it, but you know what it is. We on Wild and Out have named this game Got Damned. Yeah, we don't use the Lord's name in vain. It's called Got Damn. Say it with me. Got Damn. So every time, you know, one of y'all get roasted, that's what we do. But this is not my game. This is a professional's game. A man who is so tight when it comes to the roasting. He is a true king all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. You know him from this game. You know him from She Ratchet. You know him from every episode of Wild and Out. Y'all make some noise for my man Emmanuel E-Man Hudson, a.k.a. the referee, man. E-Man, you got that. That's Durl and George. Durl and George. Durl. Like, it's Daryl, but he's a Durl. Okay, so Durl Barry. And George, a.k.a. G-Money. G-Money. And he from Baltimore. Scootin' Putin Steve. Got it. He from Virginia. The battle of the DMV. What you got for him?
So you guys do know what you're doing up here, right? Okay, you're roasting each other, okay? We're gonna keep it clean, we're gonna keep it fun. This is a family show. I got a couple of rules, all right? 2 shakies and you're out of here. All the white people that are in here, 2 shaky means 2 bad jokes, you know? So we're gonna make sure y'all are filled in on what's going on. I know there's a lot of niggas in here, so we're gonna make sure y'all understand what's going on. White people, 2 shakies mean 2 bad jokes, okay? Stay in your lane, you stay there, I need you there. Okay? One of the most important rules is respect the ref. Say it with me. Respect the ref. That's me. That is me, okay? Stay in your lane. Just stay in your lane and everything will go okay, all right? All right.
Beat him up, girl.
Let's get into it.
Beat him up, girl.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm black. Can't do it in my Air Force Ones. Hold on.
Understood.
All right. Rock the bell, you're right.
Beat him up, girl.
High cholesterol, you're right. Oh, man, you're right. What I wrote? We up here looking like an overstuffed Hot Pocket. You up here looking like you co-wrote the roots. Boy, you had looking like you about to fly off into space.
I'm sorry, man.
1 shaky.
Oh, God. Beat him up.
Your shoes look like they can light up the whole boat. Your shirt look like a throwback from the Papa show.
Ooh.
Your hair still shining like you rolled Crisco on before you came out here. You big, so I know you gonna understand. But milkshakey. Your beard so beady, you look like you combed it with a brush.
Home with a brush.
That's the joke, nigga. Should I let him slide on that one? Your gap so big, like it shifted this whole ship.
G Money one time. I think we got some shirts for y'all, but y'all some big niggas. So I don't know. Give it to your girl or something, nigga. You go with your little big birds, nigga. Y'all make some noise for the DMV battle right there. It's a beautiful situation. So we gonna keep the games rocking. Y'all ready to meet your next Cam's member? We gonna play another game.
I want to show a clear. I want to show a bigger version of it, y'all. Hold tight. No, that ain't it. Let me see how I can get that. Oh, that's right. That's the okay. All right, hold tight, y'all. I'm coming. Hold tight. All right, because that's
two bad jokes, you know. So we're gonna make sure y'all are filled in on what's going on. I know it's a lot of niggas in here, so we gonna make.
I got y'all. All right. Flowers, Pee Wee. Flowers, Pee Wee.
Flowers, Pee Wee. That was good.
All right, we can pick up with the Shanquella. Shell, Miss Groovy, or Mel.
I just wanted to say that I may be part of the few, or I don't know. But I feel like as far as I believe that I know I'm not a few that believe that justice, Shanquella is going to get a justice, but I do think that 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 it is with the FBI when they said that there's a preceding case, and is that the word they use? That it's tied to. So I think that I think that they're going to make the arrest when they make the arrest for whatever other case that they feel is connected, or person that's connected to something else. Like, I think that it's tied to something else. I think it's tied, or there's an individual or individuals that are also connected to something else bigger that's going on, or just as big as going on. And then it's all going to come down when they make their move on that one. And now that they have come out and said that, FBI has to be accountable for what they said. If they come out and it's nothing, they're gonna have to be accountable for that as well. That's just my personal thought.
I'm with you, Shell. I'm with you. Come on, Miss Groovy.
I just feel like, is I think we just gonna have to be patient with this case. I really feel like we just gonna have to put our patience into action because it's been a year already and nobody's actually been arrested. And to say to your point, Mel, remember on the video we saw somebody that was on FaceTime and Winter kept saying, see, like that. And she was holding her phone up, and somehow Malik either turned to the right and you saw the screen of the person on FaceTime.
Who you
So
think it was?
I don't know, but somebody else had something to do with that. I really feel like that. Like I've been feeling like that. And I know at the beginning of this, like when it first came out or whatever, they was saying something about Shanquella snitched on somebody, like she told on somebody. So maybe that's a part of what you're talking about now. When you said they said it's a bigger case, like connected to her or
Oh,
connected to this.
that was me, Michelle. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
oh, no, it's not a problem. But yeah, it was definitely someone in that FaceTime, and depending on at what point that you look at the angle, like there was like you can see at one point when Shanquella and Daejhanae were in the phone, but then it flipped over, and then there was a person in there. Definitely was a person. That person was a female.
On the phone, right?
It was a female. Yes, it was a female that was on
Exactly.
that phone. Yes. So, I don't know if that person is, I don't know how that went, or if it had to do with any like snitching or anything like that.
Mhm.
Um, there's been so many because, in my opinion, is that because there's been so many versions of why
Mhm.
it happened. My thought is that it's going to be it's deep speculation.
Mhm.
There's a lot of whys. Honestly, it's not just the snitching thing. Like
Mhm.
there's so many different things about how this happened, and or why this happened. What was the motive? What was the motive?
Mhm.
And I think Malcolm agree. We can go forever and a day with these motives. But I would definitely think that there was one. Um, I think something happened. Obviously, something happened. I want to, Shake. I'm not sure if you still feel that way, but um, I think that whatever. I think it was. How did you put it? Um, that something happened then. Did you say that, Shane? Wasn't it you?
Was it
Like it
earlier
was
today?
yes, it was more spontaneous. Do you still feel
Okay.
that way?
As far as it was something that just sparked it off right then,
Yeah.
yeah, I still feel like, because, and I'm basing mine off of Daejhanae after she finished attacking Shanquella. Get
Okay.
up, get up, bro. Pop that ish. So
Right.
I'm basing mine off of that now. It could have been that, you know, they could have been fucking with Shanquella. They could have been bothering her. I think you or Mel mentioned something about the tar cart reader saying that they were picking with her.
Yeah, that was Mel. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
But then, like you said, it could have been all the other theories out there as far as the motive, because there's a lot of
Right.
theories out there.
Right. Right. I think that with I think that again I believe I think that I when I look at frenemies, it seems that even though maybe that's not what she said, but I think in frenemies, my takeaway from that is that when she said, "Don't be mad at me because you broke," whether that was what she said or not, it was something that was said around that time, and then that that lingered through to the point where when when it was addressed, it became a fight.
Mhm.
Was it that she, don't be mad because he broke? I don't because you broke. I don't know, um, or what exactly she said, but I think that they were that. I think that's when the argument started.
And
I
then
think that that's when
also,
the argument started at dinner.
not
Hmm.
to cut you off, Shell, also I think that as far as if those videos are accurate, because there's some discrepancies about the videos, but if those videos are accurate as far as her where y'all hoes at and everything, I don't think that she meant any harm by it, but
Mm-mm.
possibility that they just took it the wrong way because it was coming from her. So I think that that played into it as well. But once again, we're not even too sure if the videos are accurate.
Mhm. Or in sync. You mean in like in order?
Right, in order, or
Okay.
I'm going to go with both in order or accurate. I'm
right,
going with both.
right,
I'm going with both. It's just if you really, really watch those videos, especially if you watch it in slow motion, I, it can tell a different story. That's all I can say. So I just think that it's a combination of whether or not they're accurate, whether or not they happen directly there in that villa, and whether or not we're really seeing what we think we see.
right,
There's a lot of and then um if you pay really close attention to those videos, The only person that face is not blurred out, not when she's doing the push-ups, not when she was laying across the bed, was Winter. That's the only one that her face didn't get blurred out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of it's talking to me right now.
Mm-hmm.
If the person was trying to blur out everybody else in each one of those videos, but they left Winners crystal clear.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking to me. It's really talking to me, and I'm still trying to digest that.
I think it was premeditated.
I think I'm gonna go in the book and repeat from our Rock Squad member No Bias. I'm not sure if No Bias is in the chat tonight, but No Bias said something very profound, and she said, "What if that was Shanquella filming, but showing all of the inaccuracies in what happened?" So everything that we saw was basically everything that was wrong.
Hmm.
And I think that because we spent so much time, slowing down, piecing stuff together, screenshotting, I think I can rock with that.
Yeah.
Maybe she was showing us what was wrong, but we just ain't figured it out. Maybe she was showing us what was wrong
I just
through
know
her eyes,
that her walking through the house, literally walking through the house, and everybody in one room, everybody except her. That just it that never sat well with me. We all supposed to be cool, at least cool and cordial.
Yeah. I think if
And
that was her story, somebody cut pieces out and probably put stuff together where it shouldn't be.
okay, I'm
They,
just saying, like, okay, they had it. It was a game room in the villa. You had the living room, you had the kitchen, and you had the four bedrooms in the villa, right?
It was
And
more than four. I think it was like five.
okay, even if it was five bedrooms, okay, but nobody was nowhere else in this villa except everybody in this one room.
well, remember she said it's just little old us in this big old house.
Mhm. And when she was walking through the house, like, where y'all hoes at? It don't take this long to get naked. And she walked in the room and she's naked, and everybody else is still standing there in their clothes and they talking and they talking about here she come. Like, come on now.
But we don't know she's naked because we never saw her. People just speculated that she was naked, but we don't know she's naked. See, that's the stuff those are the inaccuracies in the story. People just assume she's naked, but we don't know because we never saw her.
Yeah.
We never saw her nowhere in none of that. Instead of on the hammock and in that bedroom getting attacked by Daejhanae. Those are the only two times we saw her. So where is her story?
And then they were saying something about the card game they was playing that night. And they said
I I throw
one of
that
the
card game out the window. I don't think that's a factor, but some people might.
right, but they were saying that it was the card was for everybody to send nasty texts, like mean texts, to everybody that was there. So I'm like, maybe that could have been the cause of the fight. But then I really feel like it was premeditated. I think they thought about that, talked about that before they left the United States of America. And when they got to Mexico, because people had just like in the past years or whatever had died from alcohol poisoning, I think that's where that lie came from. the alcohol poisoning thing theory. Oh, Shane, I knew I wanted to say something to you. That video of that girl that you be talking about, that you be playing,
Uh-huh.
and remember I brought up, I said before, I said I think they drugged her, and you was like, really? But in that video that you show us of the girl rapping, she said the same thing, and I was like, oh shoot, somebody else think that.
Let's listen to it.
Hey yo, I just got the news, they caught her for 10,000. I am pissed right now, they don't deserve to get trial. Though they asses independent, I bet you they skip child. That best friend, that nigga about to get dick down. And them bitches, they gon' get raped. Cause I don't really give a fuck about no evidence. We already seen the tape, so why the family gotta wait? I want they ass dead or alive, and I don't give a fuck what it gotta take. This a problem of the state. Them niggas killed Shanquella, left the body, then came back to the United States. I think her mother got a case. And nah, money ain't gonna fix the situation, but it's comfort when it's in the bank. I'm probably out of place, but when that shit hit home, we all get on social media and touch base. Jealousy's a part of hate. She let her guard down, paid for the Airbnb just to party with a snake. All the motherfuckers fake, cause they ain't come to have fun on no vacation. They was planning Quilla death date. R.P. to Shanquella Robinson. Shanquella Robinson family, my condolences to you. How the fuck you watch your best friend being abused? You yelling fight back stupid when you knew she would lose. Cause y'all motherfuckers spiked her booze. And I tell the truth, seen the video, she couldn't.
You talking about that, Miss
Yes.
Groove?
Yes. And I was like, somebody else think the same thing, same way I was thinking, that they had spiked her drink.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I mean, how can a person have alcohol poisoning but not have alcohol in their system at all?
Mm-hmm.
Not even a little bit. So that's what made me think about the me saying that I think it was premeditated, because how you invite somebody on a trip, even if it was last minute, and they were able to go and pay for them and another person because somebody dropped out.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all knew she was coming. Y'all knew she was going to be a part of the group. And y'all already had a disliking, or, you know what I'm saying, a hate for her. And Khalil knew, he had to know that they didn't like her.
Mm-hmm.
He knew that they didn't like her.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing well for herself. She had just came back from Jamaica. Her mom and them said that. Like, she had just came back from off a vacation. And they invited her, so she decided to go. She said, but even Shanquilla had reservations about going on the trip. She had she had reservations about going on the trip.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she got on the trip, a person who does hair, she fixes baby hairs all the time. Why? Because she do braids. Why would she have to question another stylist on how to take care of baby hairs when she's a hairstylist? She was letting them know that something wasn't right.
I really agree with you there. I never thought about it from that angle, but that is a very, very, very interesting angle. Even though we had already been thinking, because he did at one time text and ask her was she okay, thinking that for some reason he thought something was going on with her.
Exactly.
So that is an interesting angle to think about. I never thought about it that way. I never even heard anybody mention it that way. But that's a very, very interesting angle there.
I originally when this first happened, I thought the same thing. Like, why would you call someone if you already do hair? Why would you need to call him and ask him about how to
Baby
fix their
hairs?
hair? But nobody's was saying that when nobody's was saying that when she's doing the children's hair, that's like a natural hair. Their
I
natural
get
hair.
that.
And
But what I'm
then
saying is that's not her first wig. That wasn't her first
right,
wig.
I get that. That's what I thought that too. Like, why would you call him and you already, you're a stylist? Like, why would you need to know how to do that? But that was it's just another way to think of it. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but that's just another thought was that when she's doing hair, she's doing natural hair. She's not doing wigs.
Hmm.
So, and then I don't know how many installs that she's had. I don't know.
Right.
But it would seem like she would already know that. That's why I thought I had that hunch too. But I
My
kind of
point
like,
exactly. Like that. I could. Okay. Me being a person who don't wear wigs, right?
mm,
If I got a wig made or got a wig done, install or whatever, yes, I might hit my hairstylist up and be like, yo, I need to know how I'm supposed to fix this. You understand what I'm saying? Because
mm,
I've never worn a wig. But a
mm,
person who wears wigs on a regular would know how to fix their baby hairs.
right. Can I
And
That's
ask
a
you a
in
good
the
question?
angle. I
the
appreciate
majority
that.
of the pictures that we see of her, she has a wig on.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that was a good angle. Like I said, I never thought about that, and I had never heard that before, so that was a good angle. But Miss Groovy, I want to ask you one question. Where are you from?
New Jersey.
You sound just like no bias. I knew it.
Mhm.
You
But
y'all got that same tone. You sound just like her.
can can I ask a question really quick?
Okay.
Let me ask you this, or Mel and Miss Karubi. Okay, so you're on a trip, you're in distress. Okay, so she's texting her hairdresser. Maybe that was the last person she called. Whatever reason, she texts him.
Mhm.
Um, Now you're in distress. Would you text, how do I fix my baby hair, or would you say, get I need help down here
That's not the first thing
Well,
she asked, though. Think
right.
about the first question she asked him.
about her payment? Did she get the
Did
payment?
you get the cash app?
Right. Yeah. And then it went on to the baby. I remember.
It had to been something else for him to. By the time, yeah,
Because
yeah.
when he thought
It was
about
just
it,
an
he said
interesting
he
angle
sent her
that
a
she
text and
said.
said, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, that was after, that was later on that evening. But when she first texted him, it was more or less like about did you get the cash app and how to do her hair. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I've never been in that situation. But if,
Mhm.
if I could hurry up and get to my phone and text someone, even if it's the last person that I text, I would, me personally, I would like, send me, let's do or die at this point. You know,
But
I, if I'm thinking that at that time, I would say, send me help, call somebody, tell them, something.
yeah,
Um, it probably, that's just me. I probably wouldn't ask about if
right.
you got my payment.
Baby
'Cause at this
hairs.
point, I think that I'm in trouble. I don't care if you got paid or not. And then
Mhm.
if as far as my baby hair, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be that if I'm in duress right now, like I need help right now. I
But
would
Shell,
no, I would probably say something like, "Help me," call so and so. This is call my mom, something like that. That's what I.
right. I get that, but it could have depended on the situation because at the end of the day, maybe she had already paid him, so he might have thought, well, why is she asking me that? She
Me
already paid
again.
me. Or
Right.
why is she asking me that? She already know how to do that. It could have been something like that. Cause
Yeah,
me,
well,
she
right.
mentioned, oh yeah, I got a lot of compliments while I was in the airport. I
Mhm.
really think it, I mean, I'm not saying all I said was all I think I'm saying is that that was a very interesting angle to think about it. for someone that does hair, why would she text and ask him that? That's still an interesting angle to think about.
Yeah, I thought
Was
about
that some kind of distress that she was sending out to him if somebody was watching her, not really saying help me or call somebody, but sending those messages, which he's probably thinking, well, I already got my payment or whatever.
Right.
Well, why you asking me that I get my cash app and you paid me cash?
Right.
Just different things like that.
well, he
So
did
I
respond
think
back that
that
he
that was a hint.
Mhm.
I feel like that was a hint. You know what I'm saying? Like something ain't right. Cause then your next question is, am I okay? Yeah, that was a hint for her. You know what I'm saying? And then like I get what y'all saying as far as like if you felt I don't think she felt in danger at the moment. I just feel like she felt like there was an off vibe. So that's why she just was like, did you get your payment? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, she said
And
he sent me the
how do I
vibe box.
maintain these baby hairs? So I feel like
Yeah.
that was kind of like a hint to let him know like everything ain't on the up and up. I don't think she felt like she was like in true danger at that moment. I just
You're
felt
right,
like
but
she
she felt the
felt like it
vibe.
was a vibe, like
Yeah.
something ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That makes sense. He's been saying, he's kind of like, I think we've all kind of alluded to that, but now that you throw in the baby hair thing, it really it makes things clearer. Sometimes other people can say things that make things a little bit clearer.
Hmm.
So yeah, that makes things a little clearer to think about if she does, she's had wig installs before. And even on that one picture that I don't like, that's a wig install and she has her baby hairs laid down in the front.
Right. So I feel like that was a hint to him, like something's not right, but I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? So that's one part of it. But I really do feel like they knew she was coming before they left. It wasn't like she popped up out of the blue. You know what I'm saying? She popped up with another guest. It wasn't that. They knew she was coming.
You know what else I can add on to that baby hair thing now that I think about it? When they interviewed him, he said, she was just sitting in the chair and we were just talking about a lot of personal stuff.
Hmm.
Maybe she was telling him, whatever. I don't know.
She probably was telling him like, I know them, but I don't know them. You know what I'm saying? That could have been the conversation. Like, I'm going to Mexico, but I know them because we went to school together or whatever, whatever. But I don't really like know what they've been doing since school, type thing. And then here you go with two businesses, same age as them, but you're doing much better. And the reason why I say not, it could have been about the PPP loan, but from what her mom said, she helped Khalil get a PPP loan.
I will agree. She did help him.
That's when he took that picture with all that money. She helped him get a PPP loan. And she was trying to help him start his business because he had some kind of clothing line that he was trying to put out. And then remember in his text, he said something about who I'm gonna bounce my ideas off of. I asked you what kind of car you got, what kind of car you wanted, and she said a G ride. But that was on video where uh, they were talking, and she was like, "I'm gonna have to put you on payroll," and he was like, "Yeah, put me on payroll." And he was like, "Well, what kind of car you want when I hit big?" And she was like, "I want a G ride." He was like, "A whole G ride?" She was like, "Yeah, that's my dream car." That was a video that they had prior to going to Mexico. So when I say that I don't think it was about the PPP loan, I just feel like that wasn't the case. Like that didn't have anything to do with the situation, unless they wanted her to do the same thing for them that she did for him to help him get a PPP loan. And maybe she was like, I ain't helping y'all. I ain't messing up my business to help y'all. You know what I'm saying? But him being the best friend, you've been around my family, you've met my grandparents, you've been to family reunions, you've been on vacations with us, you've been on vacation with me. You know what I'm saying? Just you've done all of these things with me and my family to come back, sit in my mom's face, my mom and my sister face, and lie to me, lie about me. Then y'all sitting at the table talking about what y'all was gonna wear to the funeral and all of this and that. But then when the autopsy come back, y'all ain't nowhere to be found. The only one we seen since that incident, well, the only two people we seen was Nazir and Elise. And the reason why they saw Elise is because remember the news went to her job and she was getting off work and she had went to get in the car. Them was the only two we seen and we ain't seen her since. But I was saying, I lived in the hood my whole life. When a person agrees to fight, it's going down. It's just going down.
But what if they say no?
But if they don't, that's what I'm saying. If a person, if they're all saying that she agreed to the fight. If I agreed to a fight, I'm gonna get in my stance. My fist gonna be up, or they gonna be balled up at least. Even if I don't win the fight, I'm still gonna fight back. But when you're not a fighter, you don't get into fights. You don't agree to fights. Now, if somebody, I'm the type of person like this. I don't get into fights. But if you put your hands on me, oh, it's on. It's definitely on. If you put your hands on me, whether I win or lose, that ain't the point. Trust and believe. You gonna know I was there, and everybody watching gonna be like, damn. But I'm still gonna put my hands up, even if you trying to come at me to fight me. I'm gonna put my hands up some type of way to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? She stood there with her hands down, palms open. She didn't even put her hands up until she was on the floor. Like she tried to put her hands up to cover her face and stuff.
Well, based on her injuries, that didn't work.
Right. But she agreed, they saying she agreed to that. But then somebody said, can you at least fight back? And she says no. But the crazy thing about that is if she would have swung one time, if uh Shanquella would have hit or swung at Daejhanae one time in that video, Daejhanae could have had self-defense. Ain't that crazy? She would have been able to claim self-defense if Shanquella would have hit her one time. Because then she could have said, well, she hit me, so I hit her back. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that whole group knew she was not the fighting type. They took advantage, manipulated, and lied. And that's what they did. They took advantage of her. by getting her to come on the trip, because if she wouldn't have went on that trip, they wouldn't have been able to afford that villa.
Don't Fred gotta go to work in the morning, Kansas?
No, but he already sleep.
Hi, Tannis.
Hey, I got a quick one and then I'm gonna drop back down.
No, you better not. You better stay right there.
But listen, okay. So we're talking about her reaching out to the hairdresser, right?
Mm-hmm.
6:34 p.m. North Carolina time. It's 4:34 Cabo time.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't nobody there with her yet for her to be in distress.
Good point, Kansas.
Good point.
Okay, that's it. I'm dropping back down. Nobody was there yet.
That is a good point, Kansas, but we still don't
Mm-hmm.
know that either.
Right.
But
Well,
the thing about it, we know it wasn't Daejhanae and the crew that came at 8.
Mm-hmm.
oh, yeah,
No, it
that's
wasn't them. No, you're right. It wasn't them.
nope.
So that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm wondering now if that was the case, and I'm just saying that it was a good angle. Was there somebody else there that made her uncomfortable?
Right. And then
That's my question. Not
somebody
that it
had
was
threw
Dejanay
out.
them, but was there somebody else there that made it uncomfortable? I think that's what she's trying to think about that. What Shank
Mm-hmm.
brought up, that seventh person. Was there somebody else that may have made her uncomfortable?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. I do.
As
Um,
well.
it's some yeah. Either way, it's a good observation. It's actually an observation that, like I said, I had myself originally. Like, why would she text him and ask him that she already knows how to do hair? And that's what nobody has said to me. It was like, well, people are not always they're usually a lot better at whatever whatever they do with hair, and that may be why she did it.
Mm-hmm.
But then too, like that earlier in time, that earlier in the day, and they weren't there, then like Mel said, could have been somebody else there. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I still go back to if I was in, I just and everybody is different, and I'm not saying anybody else's opinion is wrong. I just feel that if if I was, I probably wouldn't be about hair. It would be something weird, even if I didn't directly. And then we also take an account that I don't know how many. I got to look at the hours. I don't know off the top of my head. That she also called her mom and said that
Mm-hmm.
she was having a good time. They were getting ready to go eat tacos, whatever. So even then, like take for instance, I don't mom, take the dog, whatever. Make sure you take my cat outside. No, I don't have a cat. Like I would be saying something, even if I couldn't directly say it, I would say something that she knew was something wrong.
Right.
That's just me. Especially with mom, like like if my son called me and said something weird and he's away, first thing I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I'd make another phone call. I'd call, like I would. I think that that I wouldn't. But she said when she talked to her mother, everything seemed to have been okay.
Right.
That's what her mom even said. Her mom did say that.
Yeah, she did say that.
But
And I think it kind of goes back to when we really think about it. And, as we talk about and crack on some other stuff, but about, people that say what they would have done in Nazir's situation. But
Mm-hmm.
because we don't know that situation, like, say for instance, if it's me or even you, Cheryl, we would probably make a distress system based on something about us. It may not have been about thinking to use hair with the last person that you spoke with, um, knowing that maybe you paid him cash already
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. That's just, I mean, it's just different angles and just a different situation. But I know
she
Shank is
talked to her
still
mom
here.
after that, right? She talked to her
But
mom
I
after that.
Right. Her
right,
mom.
No,
She talked to her
but
mom when they was getting ready to eat.
right. So, but yeah, Shank, you noticed that video that you played. You played the video of that news lady that said Shanquella called her mama the next day.
Mm-hmm.
No, she said she told her mom she would call her the next day.
Say it again, Shane. I just like the clarity on that. Because I thought I heard her say, and she called her mom the next day, but
No.
Alrighty.
She
yeah, just
told her mom she would call her the next day.
yeah, run it
Tonight, we
again.
learned more about the timeline of events and the inconsistencies that need to be cleared up. Family says Shanquella Robinson arrived to their luxurious Ocean View home, Villa Linda 32, on October 28th. The guest list notes there were 7 people on the trip. Robinson called her mom to tell her a chef was cooking them dinner that night.
I said, well, okay, I love you, have a good night.
And she talked to her the next day. We know at some point Robinson was violently assaulted by another woman.
Oh, the news lady did say that.
She said she talked to her the next day. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but Shanquella mom, she said in her interview, she said, I talked to her that night. She said she told me they was about to have tacos because the chef was there. And she said, and I told her, she told me that she would call me tomorrow, which was the next day. And she said, and I never talked to my baby again. So maybe the news lady misspoke, but
Point taken.
right.
The inconsistencies in everybody's stories.
I definitely think the news ladies misspoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think her mom has been very consistent with that. That she
Right.
didn't sleep with
She
her.
And
said,
that's why I
I'll talk
always
to you
said,
tomorrow.
because that was the first report, why didn't they ever retract that? Because I know you, Cheryl, you told me of stuff that y'all had saw and heard where the information is not there anymore. Why didn't they ever retract that story right there?
You got a good point. Why didn't they just go ahead and correct themselves?
Right.
Mm. I wonder. That's too much speculation. I don't know, but yeah, they never retracted it. I remember from before seeing that, but I kind of like dismissed it, thinking that the news lady was just wrong. Because they've been pretty much consistent with that part, that Khalil was like calling, but they never put her on the phone, which I'm thinking, I don't know, I don't want to say what I think, but they were really consistent about them not putting her on the phone.
Right, because the mom, she said she called. She said she felt something and she called. She said that's when Khalil called her. And she said, let me speak to her. And she said, and he said something to the effects like she laying down or she been throwing up all day, so she laying down or something like that. But he wouldn't put her on the phone. He wouldn't put Shanquella on the phone or try and give her the phone or nothing. It was always something's going on
You know what? I
with
wonder if
her.
Khalil was calling her from Shanquella's phone.
He was. Because remember, Shanquella had 2 phones. She had her business phone and her personal phone.
Right, but what was it? What makes you think that he called from not his phone?
Because her mom said something to the effect like, when he called, she thought it was Shanquella calling.
Oh, that's why I asked
Oh, see, I missed that.
So yeah, her mom said like in one of her first, I think it was like one of her very first interviews, she said that she said she felt something but she didn't know, and she said she had went out to dinner, and that's when Khalil called her and said that Shanquella was sick, and she said let me speak to her. And he was like, oh, she was throwing up and she's laying down or something to that effect. But he wouldn't put Shanquella on the phone. Because according to them, or according to Nazir, when he got there, she was still breathing. And if he would have put her on the phone, she wouldn't have been able to talk. You understand what I'm saying? Like she wouldn't have been able to say nothing.
That's probably
Yeah,
why
but she could
Kevin
have
said
used
she couldn't talk.
FaceTime.
I would have asked.
But I would say she probably didn't think about that because she was out to dinner. So she probably didn't, think about, okay, well, FaceTime me so I could see my baby. You know, she was like, let me speak to her. And he was like, oh, she laying down, and wouldn't put her on the phone. Because what she did say that she thought it was her calling. So that's why she answered the phone, because she was at dinner. So I think when he told her that she in the insurance thing, like I've heard different stories with the Mexican medical thing. Like I know that it was a husband and wife was over there during COVID, and the wife got sick, so they put took her to the hospital or whatever have you, and they was basically trying to extort that man for money because the wife was in the hospital, and they was saying something about he had to pay them $10,000 or he couldn't see his wife. And they had medical insurance. They even had the travel insurance. And then when she passed away, they was trying to tell him that he still had to pay the hospital bill, which was like $10,000 or something. But like I heard stories about, going to the doctors or going to the hospital or seeing a doctor in Mexico can be, difficult. But my thing is this, y'all got all the money back from the villa, right? So why not send her to the hospital with that? But y'all call her mom talking about y'all need $5,000 to take her to the hospital. I'd have been like, tell the hospital to call me when she get there. And we can make arrangements for us to pay them the money for them to treat her. But for you to call me and say they need $5,000, okay, well, this is what I want you to do. Give them my number. Tell them when she gets to the hospital, we can make arrangements to pay that $5,000 so they can treat her the way she needed to be treated. But to me, I feel like honestly, she was gone when that doctor got there.
But didn't the refund come if there was a refund? Because I don't know if anybody that's been validated. But then if that happened, that happened after her demise, not before.
Mhm. I get that. But I'm just saying like, okay, they got they got some of the refund because even like I've traveled. So I know that if you cut a trip short, you may get a penalty, but you'll get the rest of your money back. You get a penalty for cancellation, but you'll get the rest of your money back. They were supposed to be there for what, 4 days?
But not with an Airbnb. That's a hotel, but not an Airbnb. You don't get your money back.
Even at a
That's
villa.
what made it strange. Why did they? Must be something. If they did, that made it strange. What made them give them their money back?
Because they was only there one day. They was supposed to be there
Oh no, I think it was as far as that's concerned, it's still considered 2 days, regardless of what time they left.
night.
Mhm. And you don't pay for the last day. So, but
Right.
I'm not saying that they didn't give them the money back because I really don't know. I don't think anybody really knows that. I don't think that that's facts.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But
and the
if
fact
they
that they
did,
left on their own accord. They left on
right,
their own accord.
Mhm.
and they have it's in their policy that they don't give money back. Um, you know, but if they went, if they did, then that would be that's a red flag to me on the Mexico side.
Mhm.
Right, because if the way I calculated it, if the total trip costs $8,080 just for the villa,
Mhm.
so so one of y'all became unalive. It's possible y'all had something to do with it. I'm gonna let y'all go, and I'm gonna refund your money back. So that was a lose lose for them for them all the way around. For
Right.
for the villa owner, That was a lose lose. So why would they lose that much?
Hmm. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And then they said they took money from Quilla. Somebody was saying something the other day when they were saying something about the money. Tag, why I just lose my train of thought. But I know the other day they were saying something about the money that they took from from Quilla, and because they was talking about them leaving the house. Number one, since when do you need your luggage to go eat dinner?
I'm
Because
sorry, what was the
remember,
question? What was that question
when,
again?
since when do you need to take luggage to go out to dinner? Because they told the concierge they was going out to dinner, but they told the driver they was going to the hotel near the airport, and they took Shanquella's luggage. They took their luggage and Shanquella's luggage. Since when do you take luggage to go get eat dinner when you supposed to be on vacation? I ain't never known nobody to say, "All right, y'all, we get ready to go to dinner and pack up all y'all luggage and let's go to dinner," because that's what they told the concierge to get out the house. And I did watch that frenemies thing. On the frenemies thing, they got the money back. And I know that's a fictional story, but we know that that really happened to somebody. You know what I'm saying? The story itself really happened to someone. So uh I can't think of the characters' names. But the one boy, he went to the counter and the girl gave him the money back in cash. And then they left the villa and went to the hotel or the airport or whichever. So I'm just like, mm, I've never known nobody to go to dinner or say they going to dinner and they take all their luggage. Everybody took their luggage. That should have been a red flag for the Mexico people. And I could have swore that you have to go through customs and the luggage and all of that stuff. And don't your passport have to show that these are your bags or whatever?
The passport shows how many bags you had.
No, 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 no. You know how like you gotta show your ID and your passport.
Right,
Okay, for certain airlines, they account for how many bags you have. So they put the tape thing around your bag. Like,
right.
okay, when you go to the airport and they say, "How many bags are you checking?" They put the thing around your bag, and if you got a flight, okay, say we flying on uh Southwest, you get two free bags and a carry-on, right? Like you could send your two bags and then your carry-on. So if we fly in Spirit, Frontier, or whatever, well, Spirit and Frontier, I know for sure you have to pay for what is it, Spirit, Frontier, and another one, but you have to pay for every bag, like every luggage bag. So if you didn't have these many bags coming and you're taking that many bags back, how is that possible? Unless you just got money to just blow on baggage.
I don't know if me personally, I don't know if the airline does that. Like, say you only came with this, you should be leaving with that. Especially if you're traveling and then you happen to have another one. I don't
Mm.
know. I know they flew on American.
Okay, so
They
you
flew
have to
in
pay
on
for your
American.
bag.
I don't think
Like
they flew out.
you get one check bag and I think a carry on with American, and after that you have to pay for your luggage for the rest of your luggage. So say you take two suitcases every time you travel, you're gonna have to pay for one of those bags getting on American.
Mhm. Right. So what I'm saying is that I don't know that they say, well, you came with one, you should be leaving with one. Like, I don't know if
Okay.
I don't know, and that's why I just don't know that they do that. Like
Mhm.
you know, I know when I came back from Jamaica, when I went to Jamaica I had two,
Mhm.
but when I came back I had three.
Right.
But they didn't say, well, you only took two leaving. You should why you have you follow me. They didn't question me in that way.
Right. I just I don't know because we do know that they took her parents her luggage. So either they paid to get her luggage back somehow. Somehow they paid to get her luggage back to the United States.
I don't think they took all of her luggage back. I don't think they took all of her things because if they would have, the FBI wouldn't have wound up with them.
Hmm. I know her mom said bags, plural. She said they brought Shanquella bags to my house.
Yeah, I think Mel is right because in one of the articles it said that they wanted the rest of her belongings and her cell phone. So they left something there.
Well, I know in the beginning they were saying they left one of her cell phones there. And then they said that Khalil had her other phone, and that's how he was able to delete the 400 messages. And then, like, it's so. I think Khalil should get the worst of this, and I'm going to tell you why. Because he was so close embedded in her family. Like, you knew you coming back here without our daughter, our sister, our cousin was going to be a problem for us. And then you lie about what happened. And not only that, you supposed to be her friend. But we already know that that was a one-sided friendship because she was taking him everywhere she went. But we also know that he would have had access to her phones because he did. You know what I'm saying? Like the video he made, I don't know nobody on earth that would say if we friends and one of our friends get drunk, we gonna say we got our first dead body. We might say, oh, she bodied. You know what I'm saying? But our first dead body, nah, we ain't saying that. We ain't saying that. Not to mention the fact that I don't care who I'm with. Even if I got a bad vibe with the person I'm cool with, I am not going to stand around and let a bunch of people just destroy that person. I can't do that in my heart. Even if that was my enemy, I'm still not going to want to see him hurt like that. You understand what I'm saying? Me and my girlfriends had that conversation and they was like, oh, we ain't leaving, or we'd have been fighting back to back. We all would have been fighting. I said, exactly. They might have jumped us, you know what I'm saying, with the rest of the group that was there, but attack her by herself? Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. And as a man, to no, I'm not, I can't even call them men. As posing to be a man, and you see friend, your best friend, the person who's had your back through everything, and you allow that to happen to her? Nah, man. Just like Quilla's sister said, she said, had we seen that video when they came to see us, they wouldn't have made it out the house. Her sister said that. She said, had we seen that video or knew for sure that they was fighting her over there, she said they wouldn't have made it out the house. Because according to the mom and the sister, the family was at the house when they came. All three of them. And then the video where they jumped, where they beat them up in the parking lot. Did y'all see that at the bar? Did y'all see that
Yeah,
video?
I saw the video.
Did you know that Nazir got beat up too that night? He said he did. But the
That was
ex-boyfriend,
that
they
was a
said
different
that.
day. That was a different day in a different venue.
Oh, okay. Because they say he came out of nowhere.
It's just so
They
much misinformation out here, but that's not true. They were in a totally different place, totally different time, totally different day.
okay, okay. Because I was like, that's like crazy. But again, whew, I could fight all of them because they ain't have to do her like that. I'm sorry. I tell my nieces, I got one niece, she loves to travel by herself. And I be telling her, I be like, you got the thing on your phone so you can call me? You got this, you got that. You need to take your taser. You need to I be going in. Like I don't know. But I just couldn't in my heart stand there while somebody get brutally beaten like that. And then encourage them to fight when they not a fighter. She didn't have no allies in that house. She didn't have nobody there that was there for her. Nobody. Even though Nasir came the next day, he still wasn't there for her. And granted, he was there. The two that they were celebrating was supposed to be Daejhanae and Nasir, and he didn't even get to celebrate because what hours after he got there, he had to get back on the flight and come home. So he didn't even get to celebrate at all, and he got through into something, and he said nothing. And then when he got back, he wanted to defend himself to make sure that he wasn't getting a charge, that kind of charge on him. But but since then, he's had several uh, car situations. One was at a school. One was I know one one was a hit and run, and one he was doing like 60 and a 35, and it was a school zone parking lot. And I was like, why the heck would he be driving through a parking lot with school age kids at 60 miles an hour? Like that didn't even make sense to me. And then they said Alyssa got evicted, and then she called. I think it was her. got a car situation too. So both of them are going to court. Like he gotta go to court on December 18th, if I'm not mistaken.
Winter got the eviction.
Oh, okay.
But Elise had where she was, yeah, she did her tags and her registration were expired. But I think when your registration is expired, your tags expired too. But yeah, that was two different people, two different incidents.
Hmm.
I don't know that he was in the parking lot. I thought that he was on the street, but I could be wrong. As far as Nazir
I
and
can be. I can be too. So I don't. I was just saying, cause I got that information from CEO Media. I think his name is on YouTube, and he was talking about the charges that Nazir had with the car. And I said, you know what? I said, I promise you, if it was me, every single day that they spend in jail, I would be sending them a picture of my baby, and it would be a different picture every day, just so that it would be ingrained in their memory of what they took from me. Like you will never forget her face. And I remember some years back, it was a guy who it was they had it on Lifetime too. It was a guy who got in a hit this girl with his car, and her parents, part of his he went to jail for some time, but when he came home from jail, he had to pay restitution. And the restitution was he had to pay them $1. I think it was like $1 every week, so he wouldn't forget what he did. And it was like for 30 years or something like that. So he had to write a check out every week for $1. And at the end of the uh, term or whatever, the parents sent every last one of the checks back, every last one of them. And he couldn't understand why they sent all of the checks back. And they told him, we just wanted you, we wanted to remind you of what you took from us. So this is what I'm saying when I say the picture every day. That's what I would do. I would torture them that way. Like this is what you took from me. This was my baby. This was my daughter, and I would start from beginning to end every single day. They would get a picture of her, all of them, every last one of them.
Yeah, that would be some kind of torture, but also I feel like the mom would never have closure because she would still be living in that. At the end of the day, you just want closure. And
Yeah,
to send a picture every day, that means you don't have closure. You're still living in it. So you're just living through that hell every day. Them just being in jail would be a reminder to them of why they're there.
I really do. I want them to serve time in Mexico, though. I want them to do that. Oh, y'all was saying something about Dejanay. Y'all thought she was a transformer or something.
No, I
Uh,
didn't say that.
No, I don't.
no, Shank said Shank was saying that. I was saying I was like when it first happened, they were saying that she had just had a baby. Like her baby, I don't even think the baby was one yet at the time. So she has a baby, and for her to want to be taken away from her child, that's a different level of hurt as well.
Yeah, I heard that too, that she had a baby,
Mm-hmm.
like a year before, or
Right.
not a whole year, but the year before she had a baby, something like that. I heard that.
Mm-hmm. So we know she's actually like female, because we know that even though they may be transgenders, they can't carry a child. I just want them to I want them to get them. That's it. When they get them, I want them to get them so good. And I think everybody will rest more peacefully after that. Because they shouldn't have did that. They shouldn't have did her like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with that. Regardless of what, that was just a pretty cruel way to lose your life, and then especially being so far away from your family.
Hmm. And then you just think of the pain she had to be in after that fight. Just thinking about the pain that she had to be in before, you know what I'm saying? She passed.
Yeah, that's deep.
I could never do that to somebody. Now, if it's a case of you losing your life or me losing mine, I'm gonna protect me. But that was not the situation. Not even close. And it's sad. And the craziest thing about this is she was a young black woman. And for her to lose her life so brutally behind some nonsense, because we still really don't know the reason, but I don't feel like there's a reason to take somebody's life unless it's a situation where it's you or me. Whatever they did to your family, why your family can't deal with it? Or if they said something wrong about you, it's words. And I know words hurt. And our parents used to tell us, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you. Yeah, they do. That's a lie. They do. But at the end of the day, what is it going to be worth for y'all? At the end of the day, what did you get out of it? A couple $100? Because that ain't nothing to brag about that you unalive somebody. That's not something to brag about. So, what did you really get out of this? The satisfaction to say you did it, that you beat her up or whatever?
Salute out of storm.
Salute out of storm.
Hey there, sir.
Salute, y'all. Salute.
You can go ahead and speak.
Slide in when you're ready.
Can you, can you all, is that my phone? Please.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go get my earbuds, but they in the car. But I wanna just chop up some other stuff, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, but that's that runs around in my head a lot. Like, what did y'all get out of that other than a couple bucks? That's probably gone already.
I remember Sue Ann saying that she wasn't aware about any money being missing.
Mm, that's what I was gonna say. Remember they were saying like who would take a whole lot of money if it's only like a 4 day weekend or something like that? Somebody was saying that last week or earlier in the week. Was saying why would you take they couldn't have gotten that much money because who takes $10,000 on a 4 day weekend? That was the question. And I was like, yeah, that do make sense. Cause like me personally, I wouldn't take $10,000 unless I was going like to Africa.
Yeah, that's
I
why I
probably
said.
would. I
Oh, sorry.
probably would take about $10,000 because one, you get real gold jewelry over there.
Yeah,
You can
I
buy
think that
real gold jewelry over there.
yeah, I think that there's a lot of some things are have been taken and made as being truths because somehow or the other in the beginning I don't know who or why or could just whatever the case may be.
Hmm.
But in that particular case, I'm going with Sue Ann. Sue Ann said that she knows that Khalil asked Miss
The
Solomon
mom.
if he could use if he could use some of the money or money in her pocketbook. He called her and asked for that. But besides that,
Hmm.
she doesn't know anything about any money being,
Okay.
yeah. So I mean,
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna take it from her. She would know that.
Right.
That's the other thing about but she wouldn't know. I guess that would be separate from the villa.
Hmm.
But I don't know that the villa came out and said they gave that money, but I know it wasn't frenemies. So
Right.
again, I don't know. It would have to whatever it was, it would be found out because that would have been an electronic exchange
Right.
because there is no like in a hotel where you go check in, check out, and everything. Now they had that in the movie, but that's not what they were in. They were in an
Hmm.
Airbnb, so
Right.
that would be like and typically like whatever site that you're using, whether it's Cabo Villas or they have a lot of other sites that you can get that villa on. So that
Right.
it would go through that, but the refund would be executed from whoever the
The
owner
the
is.
site.
And
Oh, okay.
right, and then the owner would be refunding how you paid. So
Right.
if it's going electronically, then and if it's Dejanay's, you know, reservation, then the money would have gone to Dejanay.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but that was a question like earlier in the week that somebody asked, like, who takes $10,000 on a 4 day weekend? First of
Right.
all, I ain't going to. If I'm going to Africa, I ain't going for 4 days because it's gonna take me one to get there.
Right.
um, and but like I said, if I was going to like Africa, yeah, I could see taking $10,000. But like, I don't even see people taking $10,000 like to go to Paris, and that's the fashion capital of the world. You know what I'm saying? Um,
I believe it's a rumor. I think I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't there. I don't know any. I don't know,
no,
but
no, no. I'm just
my best
saying,
guess
like
is
in
that
the
that was a
beginning, they
rumor.
were saying that she had $5,000, and they took the $5,000. That's what the in the very, very beginning. That's what they were saying that somebody that they had took like $5,000 from her. Um, and then they called the mom and tried to get the mom to send them 5,000 more dollars to take her to the hospital or whatever happened. So that's where that came from.
Well, I actually heard Ricky on one of the another platform when he was interviewed. And they asked him about this take. He said, no, it wasn't that much. She probably had, I don't know, he gave some other odd number or whatever. But even with that, her attorney said she's not aware of any of that.
Money being taken.
hmm hmm And even with the villa refund, I mean, everybody's banking institution is different. But if they're going to send it by refund, normally that's what always that's my walking joke. If you pay by card, they take it out
Charge
right
coming
away, but
back.
they don't give it back right away. So even
Exactly.
right, so it takes a while for it to trickle back to your card. So even with that, unless she has an institution that does something different, because I don't, every institution is different.
Right.
It would have took at least, like my bank, it takes about 1 to 2 days for it to show up when it's a refund. But if they again, even with that, it would have gone to. I'm assuming if it was her trip, it was her, it was her card, it would go back to her card. So
Right.
she would have got it. Mm-hmm.
But I know that they were saying that she paid for 2 people because one dropped out and I guess the other one didn't have the rest of their payment or whatever. And that's what she paid for when she came on the trip. And then they said something about they was fighting over the master bedroom. I said that don't make sense because all of them are masters.
But let me ask you this about her paying for 2 people. Now I do know that I went back on some old stuff. Friday, I think it is. Okay, so she got her plane ticket 2 weeks before the trip. She's a late ass, so I'm not. I don't. I can't. I'm just finding it hard to connect with the 2 people. Like, because think about it. Like, this is where my mind goes. Is that okay? I'm an add on from my homeboy. He said, "Let's go." Whatever they got in space. However that went. Okay, fine. I know who they are, but I don't know you like that. That I want to save your whole trip, so I'm going to put this money. I'm not saying she didn't pay for 2 people, but how do we know that it wasn't somebody else she paid for, but that person was there with her? Like, we're still trying to figure out the 7th person. Maybe she
The
paid.
concierge.
You came. Maybe.
Remember though, the concierge said Shanquella and somebody else showed up at the villa first. It was 2 people.
Yeah. I think it. Yeah, that's true. I think it was.
So,
Okay, I think it was probably 3. But go ahead.
but so whoever came in with her was the second person that she helped pay for.
I'm sure. I believe that they were the couple, but Khalil was there as well. That's why I think it's 3. I remember
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Robinson said that they drove. That's the part where I'm like, it's great to me because they drove. I don't know that. How did he put it, Mel? Did they? He said that they
He
drove
said
the boyfriend's car.
the boyfriend drove the car
Right.
because her boyfriend had her car. So they
No,
were
no, no. They
saying,
drove the boyfriend's car.
oh no, but the boyfriend had access to her car.
Yeah, he did, but Mr. Robinson said they took the boyfriend's car. That's what he
Yeah.
said.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what he said.
And
Hey
I
y'all.
know that she said that
Hey,
they took her to drop her off or something.
or something. That's the thing. That's the gray area.
Right. And we know that she had 2 bags because her sister said that she came to my house and got one of my suitcases.
I thought
She's
suitcase, too, but Mel said it was a pocketbook.
Oh, she said suitcase.
I thought I
She
heard
did
that
say
too.
suitcase.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
Hey
know I
y'all.
wasn't crazy.
yeah, I thought I
Hey,
heard
hey,
suitcase in the beginning.
Mhm.
can I jump in right here?
Go
Uh-huh.
ahead.
If Shanquilla went with somebody, don't you think there would be somebody stateside now telling what really happened, or another side of the story from what Cabo 654 Cabo crew is telling?
No,
If
it
she
got
went with
involved.
somebody,
What if they were involved?
oh,
Right.
Well, they was all involved after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay, okay. So, um, what's his name? Nazir has been speaking with another content creator, um,
Okay.
and he explained that his money was effed up for that trip, and he barely had enough money to get there, which is explains to me why his mother had to get him the buddy passes to and fro.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she was putting up money for him because it was supposed to be DJ's and his birthday weekend celebration.
Right.
Now, what if she got her tickets, what she say, 2 weeks before? Khalil, like, hey, this trip about to, we ain't gonna be able to go. You know, Nazir, you know Nazir. And DJ, we was going to Cabo, yada, yada, yada. Why don't you come? Nazir money messed up, but he want to come kick it with us. And you put up the money, and then we can still have this trip. Okay? So they knew he wasn't going to get there. I don't want to get into that. They knew whether or not he was going to get there on Saturday. I'm a firm believer he got there on Saturday. But he got there after all the stuff happened, and they walked him into some bull crap. Like his mama said, but I ain't quoting his mama, and I damn sure ain't Team Nazir. I would
Mm-hmm.
like to talk to him though. Um, he get there after the fact, and they had their story already together. He come in, he don't know nothing. I like to call this term "new nigga Johnny syndrome." And he get there, and hey, just let him deal with it. And out of that whole episode, my part for that frenemies thing, which I still say it's just a movie, just the episode, was when he walked in and she was like, "What's wrong with her?" She all laid pouched up on the couch, and they over at a table. And then as soon as he asked, oh, then all of them get concerned. That to me tells me that's what I think really happened. They wasn't concerned because they knew what happened, and they was cool. They had already moved her, cleaned her, dressed her, and made up this whole ass story in a couple of hours that they had to do it. That's and they just he just walked in on that, and I think he was supposed to reimburse her, and that's what I meant to say when I was saying they was setting her up for the story. Like, hey, Nazir money messed up, and what's name backed out, so help us out, get this trip going, or whatever, put it on your card, because you the only one balling enough to do it, because we didn't blew our TPP money and whatever, just whatever. So that was, hey, look out for Nazir. Let's just get him there. Let's go have a good time in Cabo. Okay, I can
Mm-hmm.
see that. But then if there are other people, because I still, y'all don't realize if Dejanay got there at 8, 7:30, 8 o'clock, her flight and one of them other um, people's flight was at two different times. It was her trip. She was the only one authorized to talk to the concierge. The concierge sent her to a limo, a van, bus, whatever you want to call it. And I seriously think she got there, called for the limo, saying, and I'm going to go shopping, but waited around for them other two to get their flights into Cabo and waited around, got them a ride, went and got some drinks allegedly and shopping or whatever they did. But I think she went and got some of her family and kin folks and brought them to the villa that night. If it's extra people, I think DJ picked them up in that limo before they got there. That's that's where I don't want to go back and forth about it, but I'm like, if it's extra people, because he said five people got out the van, so it's five, six, seven, whatever. That's where I'm
Mm-hmm.
at with that. Um, going back in the conversation when I first, and I appreciate you, Miss Groovy. I appreciate everybody on the panel for real. But you are bringing up some stuff and kind of plowing through it, and I'm like, wait. I'm in the chat like, hold on. I'm all caps doing the Donald Trump, all caps like, listen to me. Okay. Um, it's one thing I really want to get to that's dear to my heart, but I don't want to talk about that right now. What I want to talk about is if they, I was the one, Miss Groovy, the other day saying that Nazir in his video said, hey, they was talking about cooking. So we brought it to the living room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said they was talking about cooking. Okay, how we go from they was talking about cooking going into the kitchen and all this medical procedure stuff going on, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we going to get something to eat. Bring your bags.
Right.
It's this. What's up with that? Now, not only that, but the Bay called the concierge on Sunday to ask where they were.
Hmm.
The concierge didn't know where they were. He said he reached out then to Daejhanae, and it took her an over a day to respond. I don't see how, unless it's the other concierge that got her the limo, that got them the bus, whatever, to go get something to eat, allegedly, unless he had something to do with giving them a refund. Why would the maid be asking where they at on Sunday, and the concierge don't know on Sunday? He calling around. Why? How could they have gotten a refund out of that?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's an awesome point. That's why I don't think that they got the refund. I really don't. I think that that's just
I
weird.
don't.
I don't think they
If they,
got.
if I don't either. And if she had some money, probably got it cash. If Shanquella had some money, it was yeah. That's where they got it from.
Mm-hmm.
But they all had to have some kind of money to get back because they was on a payment plan leading up to this trip. Daejhanae and all of them, they was on a payment plan, buying their plane tickets, and whoever flaked out, they was on a payment plan. I think Shanquella came and was had enough to secure to make sure the whole thing was even actually going to happen.
Right.
Can I just interject really quick on that? Is that
Come on.
is it possible that someone pulled out and then whatever, or someone or two pulled out and then they wanted their money back, but maybe it was like an exchange, like, okay, I'll pay theirs, and then they had to pay them because the villa itself has to be paid in full 2 weeks before arrival.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought is that, like, okay, so and so paid, whoever paid, okay, now I can't go. Can you give me my money back? No, because we already paid it. But if I get somebody else to backfill you, I can pay you back then. But I can't. She can't even get her own money back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now let's chop that up real quick.
Okay.
Now, I think the fight was over. If there were other people, I think Shanquella was like, we'll give you the money back for whoever else you paying for when they get there, kind of. But we need to have this, like you said, that because you just gave me that. We need to have this villa paid for it 2 weeks before out, 2 weeks out. So you got enough money to do what you do. But anyway, and then so and so will give you their money back because wasn't they backed out, such and such backed out. And let's say she got there with some extra people that she picked up in Mexico in the limo that the concierge sent her earlier in the freaking day. She said her flight was going to be late or delayed. And I think that was just some bull crap to just wait until Elise or what the rest of them got there. And then they rolled around, got some of her people, brought them back to the villa because it was supposed to be her birthday weekend. And let's say
Mm-hmm.
Shanquella asked her, well, who is all these extra people and how much they pay? How much did they pay? And when am I gonna get my money back that from my extras because I ain't paying for none of all these people, and I think that's the shit she was tired of her asking when I'm gonna get mine back. When I or put it on your card and we'll reimburse you when we get there, kind of plan for Shanquella with the money to secure the villa. Then she get there, and before that FBI thing, before they sent that thing to Biden and them, we all was looking at it differently. And it wasn't until after that report came out that Suzanne and them put together that DJ was in charge of a lot of that. Because a lot of our narratives changed once we saw that report. Because then it's like, oh wait, DJ was in charge. Oh, she was the only one that could call the concierge. She the only one that could get somebody in or out at the gate from the concierge. She had to make all them calls. But Winter called 911 that time. So that's something else that's into the mix of it all. But I think that's what it was. It was I want my money back. I've told y'all before. If you ever loan somebody, an ungrateful ass person, some money, how they get to when it's time to pay you back,
Yeah, then it's
that's
that
the
little
stuff
bit of
I think
money.
she was talking. That funky bit of all of that. But I think that's what it was. They be like, oh, she was jealous. She was probably all of that. But I think it was like, hey, I paid this money. If I didn't pay for this trip, it wouldn't have happened. I ain't saying y'all got to kiss my behind, but where are all these other people and where's my money, my refund coming? I'm one person. I'm paying for one person and somebody else, probably Nazir. So you get Nazir, his money jacked up coming into the picture. And yeah, he probably was trying to help Shanquella because man, you fronted them the money to get me here. So yeah, let me make sure you all right. Meanwhile, the rest of them sitting on their asses over there acting like they don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. No concern.
I think that after the fight, if they would have just left her, like left her in the room, I feel
I
like
think they did.
she might have been okay. But the fact that they were moving her all around, like they got her dressed, then they moved her from one room to the next room to the next room, sat her on the couch. You know what I'm saying? Because when Nasir said when he came in there, she was in the game room. He said then
Right.
they started talking about cooking, so we moved her to the living room. So that means that y'all moved her from the bedroom to the game room, from the game room to the living room. So, and then y'all got her dressed because we can clearly see that she was not dressed in the video.
Exactly. I think they left
So,
her after the fight. I think maybe somebody got some extra punches in or just whatever. I don't think they intentionally plan to unalive her. I don't.
mm,
I think, but after the fight, they didn't know, they didn't realize how bad of a shape she was in, and I think they just left her there for some hours. When it
right,
got dressed, kicking it, just whatever, and then it came back. Man, she's still sitting there. Hey, y'all. Man, she messed up, y'all. Oh wow. Like she's still sitting in the same position from the fight earlier.
right.
That's what I think happened. And if that happened in the morning and they ain't start calling around till noon,
Late noon at that.
yeah, yeah. And then there's some let's play dumb. So when Nazir get here, we can tell him a doctor on the way. Yeah, tell him a doctor on the way because we called the doctor, and the doctor's on the way, so he won't be asking no questions. She drunk too much. She drunk too much. Yeah, she drunk too much. Yeah, let's use that one. Okay, y'all.
Whew.
I want to talk about something because I had my heart broken. There's some people in the Rock Squad, and there's some people in the chat tonight that
Okay.
think. Let me just ask this question: who all do we know was in the room at during the attack?
We know Daejhanae
DJ.
was there. We know Khalil
Hmm.
was there. We know
Hmm.
Malik was there. And we know Winter
Hmm.
was there. And we know somebody was on FaceTime.
Right.
See, that's
Okay.
I don't know I don't know that. I don't know that. That's what that's what
hold
I
that
think.
thought.
Right, that's what we have heard.
No,
That's
that's
all
what we saw.
you saw. You saw Malik
Yes.
and you saw Khalil.
Yes.
We
Okay.
saw Khalil. We saw Winter's arm, hand, whatever. We saw that, and we heard
That's the point.
Khalil.
Every
We
it's
heard.
like we saw a profile
Okay.
and we saw an arm. We didn't see Elise. We didn't physically
Mm-mm,
see Winter. We saw the profile,
mm-mm.
but if you zoom in on the profile, the person is way more fair skinned than what Khalil is. And then you hear Malik's voice. But everything else, and we saw Daejhanae and we saw uh Shanquella.
Shanquella.
But everything
Right.
else is it, you don't we don't have it, you don't see them. So
Okay.
again,
Okay.
yeah. That's
Okay.
where I am.
Okay.
I'm not
So
saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying I don't know it. I don't. I
Okay,
think
you don't know
okay.
for a 100% fact.
exactly.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. So with that same thing said, ain't no way in the hell her sister was on that FaceTime. I don't know how anybody could think that her sister could have watched that and then not not bust this case wide open. Having I was like, yeah, they I was on FaceTime with her when they was fighting. And and now and wait, what? How can her sister have watched that? And then she passed away. My sister unalive. Wait, I was just on the FaceTime with her when they was fighting. To me, if that was her sister on FaceTime, this we'd be in a whole different kind of way with the case now. And
Whose sister
Cabo and
do
them,
you think?
I don't think I don't think it was FaceTime. But
No,
there are
it
some
was
people who think,
FaceTime.
okay,
Somebody
well,
was
if it
on
was
that phone
FaceTime,
on FaceTime.
somebody
But
was. But just like we can't prove that who else was in that room, y'all can't prove to me that that was her sister, Shanquella's sister, on that
oh no,
FaceTime
no, no,
watching
no.
that attack.
Oh no.
I cannot fathom. Because if it
No.
was, her sister would have a whole entirely different story now, even when
When
she
they
go to the
walked
mic.
if that was her sister on FaceTime, when they walked in her mama house, she would have jumped on Daejhanae.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, wait, no. Yeah. Some of y'all
She
remember
would have
my
jumped on
reaction to
all
it.
three of them. If
Yep.
that had been her sister actually on the FaceTime, but the person that was on FaceTime was light skinned, first of all. But had that been her sister, Quilla, because both of them name was Quilla. If that
Yep.
had been Taquilla on the phone watching her sister be beat down like that, why would she ask the
Right.
question, was y'all over there fighting her?
Right. Right.
And all of them was like,
And she
no, no, wasn't no fight. But then you tell the
that's
FBI that she agreed to fight. Somebody lying.
oh yeah, so that's about five or six of them over there lying.
Oh yeah.
For real, for real. But I cannot. I'm one of them. I'm a thinker. I take the emotions out of stuff and I try to think logically about situations and scenarios. And I've been chewing on that since the meetup. Like, wait, no. But if her sister knew, then she would be saying different things. And wait, they came over to the house, all three of them. Wait, no, I can't. I couldn't put. There could be anybody else light skinned other than
Hmm.
her sister, in my
Right.
opinion. I just couldn't see how. Yeah, that was what I wanted to get off because this has been bothering me. Because I'm like, no, how can y'all be justice for Shanquella thinking her sister was the one on Facetime watching her sister get attacked like that?
Mm-mm.
But then these same people came over to the house and
Right.
and she wouldn't have known nothing. She wouldn't have said nothing. She would have just, oh, what happened? What happened? No, yeah, that's where I wanted to go with that. So,
I
thank
mean,
y'all
it
for
is.
letting me.
Don't get me wrong. It is some crazy ass siblings out here in the world,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, like me and my oldest sister don't get along. But how about this? I'm not gonna let nobody hurt her.
Right, right,
Like if you fighting somebody and it's a one-on-one thing, after and I see that you're losing this fight, I'm gonna break it up. Because
right,
one, I know if you go back and tell mommy that I was standing there while somebody jumped on you and I didn't intervene, I'm gonna have to deal with her. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
yeah, I'm not gonna see nobody just hurt you just to be hurting you. No, that's not gonna happen. We may not get along, and that's all well and good. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna see nobody hurt you. That's not gonna happen.
exactly.
That go for cousins, aunts, uncles, whoever. I'm not gonna see nobody hurt you. Me and you may be beefing, but at the end of the day, you still my family. we still related. I ain't gonna say family. We still related because whew, we can say a lot about family, and you know what I'm saying? I feel like this family is the people who love you and you love them. That's what I feel. So, and I feel like they say, well, we blood. Blood makes us related. It doesn't make us family.
Correct. Can I address a comment in the chat?
Sure.
Robert says, "I'm confused on how you barely have money to make the trip, even though the trip was already planned, and all of a sudden, dude have money to leave out of there quickly. Then he arrived, and
Right,
that
because they all had to pay
he
for
didn't.
they had to pay for them flights.
No, his mama got him a buddy pass up out of there too. They left him. They left Nazir to get a ticket to get home through his mother because his money was so effed up. I feel it in my core. They left him there. They had they plans, they money, they whatever, they was whatever's. But they left him because he said, my mama got me a buddy pass here, and the buddy pass is free, but you just have to wait for an open seat. And
Right.
that's and they left him. Now I thinking logically, you walk in, you trying to help this nurse doctor save your friend's life, and you trying, and how traumatic it must have been for Nazir to
Mm-hmm.
watch one of your friends pass away in front of you, allegedly, because I think she was already gone before he got there. But
Me too.
but just to go through those motions, and you trying to save her, you trying to save her, and you imagine the doctor, first person they lose on the table, how traumatic that is for them, and then they leave you. Hey, wait, we going to get something to eat. Bring your bags though, huh? And then
That's
okay,
what
it's like they having all these conversations. I know they having all these conversations, but they not including him. He just along for the ride, literally. Um, and they get there, they already got their plans. We just need to get away. I want to go eat at that place that's at the airport. I got a taste for that. I can understand or see, I could see, I don't want to say understand. I could see DJ calling the concierge, hey, one of my friends just passed away in here. We can't, I need to get out. We need to go get something to eat. We ain't ate all day from dealing with this. And can you send a limo to take us to get something to eat? Oh, sure. Okay. And you send a limo. Hey, y'all, the limo here. Bring your bags. They get in the car. Hey, I got a taste for such and such and such. And if the airport was what 35, 40 minutes away from
mm-hmm.
the villa, they wanted something to eat that was 35, 40 minutes away
Be over an
because
hour.
yeah, what that's how they ended up where at the airport, but not at the airport. There was some hotel by the airport that had some kind of food stuff in it. So that's like I got a taste for this. We got a driver. We ain't paying him. Take us to we want to go get some whatever spaghetti from the da 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 da. And that the only one I know is the one by the airport. Yeah, let's go there. We just need to get out of the villa for a while. And he just driving. Meanwhile, Nazir sitting back there. I don't know what's going on, but I just watched my friend unalive just pass away in front of me. So I know he was shook up. The rest of them clowns that left her there for them hours, then dressed her, moved her, cleaned her up. They had tacos the day before, so you know it was they had to have cleaned her up because that stuff. And then she had stuff stuck in her throat from that American autopsy. One of them autopsies, she had some half-eaten food in her what's the name? Yeah. So don't get me started on that part. But I think they left him to wait to get his mama to get him a ride home, and they all made other plans to get on the first thing flying out of Mexico because somebody told them get out of there before they see that girl and start asking questions. Because as long as the police was there, the doctor said she had a seizure and a heart attack and passed away. They ain't asking no questions about the bruises and the beat up in this and all of that other stuff. She drank too much and you was trying to save her, but the IV kept popping out. She needed electrolytes, which is screaming dead body to me
Mm-hmm.
and a bunch of other people. And and but he's still going through the motions. He didn't know. He didn't know. Somebody, I think that was you, um, Shell. They showed me that text about the if the concierge and them knew they didn't want a deceased body on their property and didn't want to go through all of that yada yada. We need to get somebody in there to state that she was alive when they got there and passed away in front of them. But I need y'all to get up out of this, get up out of that villa in Mexico before they find out anything different. And that's why I think they had already made up their mind when they said they was going to get something to eat. That was just to get up and get out of there. Because they couldn't have said, hey, we don't feel like staying here no more. We done. We want our money back. No, they got up out of there. Because the maid called on Monday, which is another reason why I don't believe no maid found her. That was just the story to tell Nazir, to tell everybody else. It's like, so that they, wait, we didn't know what happened to her. The maid came and got us and said she was this, that, and the other. I think they moved her from that room, put her in the game room after all that dressing, moving, all of that stuff. And the maid probably came and didn't think nothing happened because they cleaned up and threw away evidence. The maid came clean, left. She don't know nothing yet. Okay, cool. Now we could just say the maid found her, and she was messed up like this. She fell on her face or whatever in the head. We can just say that because the nurse, the maid that found her, she would have called the concierge, say we got a problem, we got a situation. I didn't
Right.
see that in the report. We didn't see that in the report. So I think they just hid her, made come in, do her light cleaning, and then Sunday she come in cleaning. But she's not cleaning like it was a situation just yesterday. She found the sick girl. Where's everybody at? They ain't asking about how did that girl? What happened to the girl yesterday? I found it wasn't none of that. I think the woman cleaned and she cleaned that maid up. She cleaned that villa up like nothing had happened getting rid of evidence because she was kept out of the loop from them telling the truth. She was
Right.
in the game room, propped up like she was asleep or chilling. That's what I think happened. So I'll never believe that maid found her alive. I don't
Right.
think the maid didn't find her at all because she's calling on Sunday like, where's everybody at? I see her like, I don't know. Let me call DJ. DJ take a whole freaking day to call him back. I don't know how you get a refund out of that, but that
Mhm.
tells me more than anything. I don't want y'all to have to go watch that attack video and let me know if I'm talking too much because y'all was hitting on some stuff here. Um, Shanquella hit DJ in the face. It was the one. If she only hit her one time, it was that first time when she first started attacking her. She hit DJ in the face. It right at the beginning. So she got up, and you can't claim self defense if you agree to a fight. There ain't no self defense. If you say we agreed to a fight, you can't now scream, "Oh, I was in self defense." It was a self defense. No, you cannot.
Right.
In nobody's court of law. So I just want to put that out there. She did hit
Right.
her
That's what I was saying.
one one good time. But even I saw when she snapped her neck before she threw her down. And I didn't watch the attack maybe 10 times, 10, 11, 12 times. I don't need to see it that many times, but I saw where she grabbed her neck and twisted
Mhm.
it before she threw her down. And that's where the neck damage. I don't think she got up from there. And
Right.
they did anything, they left her there after they slapped her up, did whatever. And what's the old boy's name that was filming it? I think if he anybody who was up DJ's behind so much, he would have did something to her. But another content creator, I forgot we don't be saying names over here. He played the attack, just the audio. And
Mhm.
as many times as I've watched the attack, which ain't a lot, but I've watched it enough. I'm a visual person. So I never heard Khalil until the other day say why she ain't fighting back. And saying it like that is different than why you ain't fighting back. Quella, it's when you say why she ain't, who you asking, nigga? You asking these people that you in cahoots with. You picked the side before the attack happened. That's why you said asked why she ain't fighting back. to them people in the room, not to her. Because if you was on her, that was your girl, that's your people, you would have been like, why you ain't fighting back? That's I never heard that until the other day, that audio of him. Because it was too busy. Can you at least fight back? Quilly, can you at least fight back? That's the only thing I heard. And then all them hits in the background.
Mm.
But I didn't hear or understand that Khalil said that to a couple of days ago. And what he said, I'm a word person. What you say tells the world exactly where you at. I don't care whether you upset, pissed off, happy, sad, mad, how you put your words together when they leave your mouth. Say everything about you. The world needs to know if they listening. If they're listening. But when I heard him say why she ain't fighting back, that told me whose side he was on
Right.
from the giddy up.
Because he even, like I said, he knew more about Quilla than anybody else that was there. I'm
Yep.
sure he had access to her phones. Of course, we know that because he deleted the messages. So he had access to both of her phones. He probably even knew her banking information because he was supposed to be her best friend.
And Lady V, no, I do not. I don't think they staged her at all because that would have caused an alarm. The maid would have had to call her superiors and be like, "Hey, this girl is jacked up in here," or "I found this girl jacked up in here," and then the
Mm-hmm.
situation gets out of control real fast. Versus, hey, let's just put her in the room because they said you could set your watch by this maid coming. So let's put her in this room, let her clean up. And she probably went in there, was cleaning up, replacing tiles. But they then took all the dirty tiles with the bile and the blood and all that other stuff and
Mm-hmm.
just threw it away or put it in a bag with her cell phone. And I think that cell phone probably in the water or in one of the dumpsters in Mexico somewhere from the airport hotel. That's when they I think they got rid of her other phone. That one probably got all the evidence on
Mm-hmm.
it.
Well, her
I
mom
don't see it.
got the
The
messages.
FBI has the other phone.
So the mama got one and the FBI got the other one.
Yeah,
Okay, they still deleted messages.
yeah, but her mom got them messages back, and I'm glad she did.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm glad she was able to get the messages back.
yeah. But with messages come videos too.
Absolutely. Anything that got deleted. Excuse me. But I'm still stuck on if you have nothing to hide, if you as a person have nothing to hide, why delete stuff?
Exactly.
That's
So
why I
apparently
said
they
I
got
feel like
something to
he should
hide
get
because
I feel like he should
they
get the brunt
hide.
of everything because he was supposed to be her friend. This is somebody she took care of, loved, and all of that stuff as her best friend, and you lured her there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just nothing you could say to make this right other than tell the truth.
It's easier to hide. I don't think they thought it would blow up like it did because they all in hiding. They're in hiding. So
Hmm.
like hiding because they got something to hide. But
Right.
they came back telling that story.
I just can't wait for them all to go down. And it will be nice to see that the sentences that they gave them in that movie, it will be very, very welcome for them to get all of those sentences that they got on that movie. Every last one of them. I think it said 3 of them had got like 60 years. A couple of them got, somebody got 20. I know they said the Nazir character only got like 3 years. But whew, this is something. But I, like I said earlier, I think we're just gonna have to be really, really patient with this case because we don't want a 20-year hold up. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't want to have to wait 20 years to get justice for her. But I know that everybody can clearly see that that was not a fight. That was not a fight. That was an attack. Shank, you still with us, Shank? Shell, did everybody fall asleep on us?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm dozing off, but I'm here.
Shank just go to sleep and just leave us on here to talk. Oh, let's talk about the P. Diddy thing real quick. Can y'all believe how quick that he paid that girl?
I can believe it.
He gave her that money within 24 hours. But the crazy thing is, like before, like when it first came out that she was suing him and what she was suing him for, like the lawyers had put out something saying that the allegations was fictitious and blah 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 blah. And then the next thing you know, he done paid the money and it's over.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I
I
can.
was saying that like within 24 hours of the lawyers putting that statement out saying that all the rumors were fictitious and all of that stuff, the next thing you know, you pay her the $30 million.
I heard it wasn't 30, but money solves a lot of problems.
I get
And
that.
but I saw a comedian. I learned about it from a comedian, Bubba Dub, and he said, "Now you just opened yourself up to everybody and their mama about to start telling all these different other stories about Diddy." But he shut her up and down quickly,
Yeah.
quickly by putting up a. I
But
think he offered her
hope
12 or 17 mil.
I just hope she's safe. That's my
Yeah,
hope for her and my prayer for her
yeah.
that she's safe because Sean ain't nothing to play with.
No,
As
he ain't.
I think that. He ain't nothing to play with. And
He
now,
ain't.
like, he already got them charged. Well, not charges, but he's under investigation for the Tupac thing. So it's like, okay. So while we dealing with this, while he dealing, let me sucker punch him. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think she did it for the money. I think that he really did some of that stuff to her.
I do too. I do too. And she, conveniently enough, or her through her attorneys, conveniently enough, put up put up enough out there to cause people to, because that's all they was talking about online yesterday or the day before. People I ain't never heard or seen before in my life. Everybody talking about that Diddy thing, but and that can shake your whole foundation. But if you got money, here, that's all she won't. Be quiet. Go sit down. And bam. But now everybody else, hey, I remember seeing this and I remember seeing that. And that's what's going to start probably happening for the rest of for the rest of the year. Everybody in their Diddy stories to see if they can get paid to shut up and go sit down somewhere. Yeah, they put up enough in there to cause everybody to stop and turn and look at Diddy. And I bet y'all don't see no alcohol. What liquor is that he got? He got some kind of drink. I bet you won't see no commercials for that this holiday season. I guarantee it. And if you do, he won't be in the commercials, even though he ain't nothing to play with. I hope she's all right too. But when you mess with powerful people like that, and yeah, they settle you. They settle it to be quiet. Go somewhere, sit down, be quiet, and yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I think part of it is he did all of that stuff. And secondly, once she got that money, he probably made her sign a non-disclosure
Hmm.
so that whatever she say or whatever like is a part of it, she can't talk about it beyond this, beyond her
She couldn't
getting
have
it.
accepted. She couldn't have accepted the money without that. Like
Right.
whatever you said, leave it at that. She didn't do no interviews. Interestingly enough, she didn't do any interviews, so we only got the statements that came from the attorney's office
But
about different
I heard it was
situations.
more than the 30 million because you said you heard it was 17. But they said he offered her that and she didn't take it.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
she either got the 30 million or she got more.
Or maybe you just see it 10. Here, take 10. No, I ain't taking 10. We're not taking 10.
Right. And he
17.
offered her.
No. Okay, 30. Here, 30. And I ain't doing nothing. You gonna sit down, you gonna be quiet, and don't NDA, don't say nothing, whatever. Just you don't say that. I think it went if it did anything, it went something like that.
Right.
And get in touch with her, my attorneys, get in touch with their attorneys and tell her how much is it gonna cost for this to go away. Like
Right.
Michael Jackson said. How to us to make it go away. And
Right.
but
And,
attorneys get 10%. She had a team of lawyers too, or a couple, it's
mhm,
like two or three of them. So they get a piece of that too. With
yeah.
30, 17, 10, 12, 30 million, you can go be quiet by yourself for a long ass time away
Right.
from people.
Right. But they
Mm.
said that Kim was writing a tell-all book and she had and the crazy thing is they people who was with her the day before said she was fine. She wasn't coughing, she wasn't sniffling, like nothing was wrong with her. They were out having drinks and whatever have you. And then the next day she ended up unalived and they can't find this book. They can't find her computers.
Mm. Mm. Who was the person? I think he was dating her. It was he was moving up in the ranks. He was in one of them, not Def Jam, but he was in something, and he died mysteriously. But he was dating, I think it was Kim or one of P Diddy's exes, and he died mysteriously. So now I see what y'all mean. Like I hope she's okay. Because yeah, because they apparently don't play.
The crazy part is people be bringing up Heavy D and saying like everybody that was a part of Uptown Records, which was the label where Puffy was a was he an assistant to Andre Harrell or something like that? And they were saying
He
I'll be sure is the only one that's left. Well, I'll be sure was Quincy, the one that be playing in the movies. I think it's Quincy. Is his son by Kim Porter.
yeah, he was sick too recently.
Yeah,
He had
he
to leave
got
his
real sick
job.
and almost died.
Yeah.
But a lot of people be
Now,
saying like someone said before that they think that Puffy sacrificed Heavy D. And I had to set the record straight because I know him. I know his family. Miss E did not play when his body got to New York. She had a independent contractor do an autopsy on him. Like she was not playing. His mom,
We talking about Heavy D's mom?
yes, his mom did not
Okay.
play. And people used to say, "Well, I seen him drink champagne. He did not drink, and he didn't smoke." Um, and people were saying, "Well, maybe he was a sacrifice." I said, "A sacrifice for what? For who?"
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing about it is, he had just got back from London. He had a show with Michael Jackson, and he had a show with Janet Jackson. He had songs with both of them. So he was on a flight. I think it was like 2 days straight. Like he was on a flight, and Heavy was a big dude. He wasn't like, even though he lost weight, he was still his thick self, I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to his mom and his daughter after he passed, and his daughter said, "Miss Kim," she said, she said he had got off the plane and he came to see me and my mom. She said, and I told him he didn't look good. And he said he wasn't feeling that good. And he said that he was going to go home, take a nap, and if he got up and he didn't feel better, then he was going to go to the hospital. I said, okay. So then she said, the next thing you know, they were calling my mom saying that he passed out in the driveway. I said, okay. His mother told me the exact same thing. And I said, okay. And she said, I can't believe my baby's gone. And I said, I understand. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I understand. And people didn't really know him that, like, he wasn't secretive, but he was very
Mm-hmm.
private. And so people never knew who his daughter's mother was, like, until like after he passed. Like they didn't know she was a chef. They thought she was white. She wasn't. Um just like with the T Roy situation, T Roy was my cousin's cousin on her dad's side. So I knew all of them. And he had just
Is
his
that the
baby,
one? Is
the
that the
one
one
that
that fell off the building?
yeah. Well, actually,
Okay.
he didn't jump. He didn't fall off a building. You know how they build the roadways, the ramps. You know how they
Yeah.
have the ramps
Yeah.
that you get on and off of.
Yeah.
And usually they would have like a small ledge right there, like over the uh barrier that would keep you from like rolling off the highway or whatever.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
they was playing, like they was all jokesters, like big time jokesters, pranksters and stuff like that. So they had did something to one of the other groups that was there on tour with them. So when they was walking down the ramp to go to the car, one of them pushed the garbage can, and the garbage can came rolling down the hill. And when it's coming down, it's gonna go faster. And as it got to them, he jumped over like the ramp thing, thinking that it was a ledge right there,
Mm.
like in New York. So when he jumped over the thing, he thought it was a ledge right there, but it wasn't. And he fell. I think they said it was like 4 stories or whatever. And he hit the ground.
Yeah.
And that's how that happened.
Mm.
And like I said, he was on a flight for 2 days straight, I believe. And because he's a big guy, even in first class, you're not up walking around, you know what I'm saying, on a plane. You just not
Yeah.
doing it. Most people get in their seat, they sit there, you know what I'm saying, watch TV or whatever the case may be. And then they may get up and walk to the furthest bathroom, you know what I'm saying? But they're not just like walking up and down the aisles on an airplane. Not even the stewardesses do that. So he had got the blood clot in his leg, and that was during the flight, and it went up to his heart. And I'm like,
Right.
how can you consider that a sacrifice? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I
If
don't
he
think
was
it was a
on a plane for 2 days and the blood clot started in his leg.
Yeah. Yeah. But didn't he have like diabetes or something?
Mm-hmm. When
You
he
said
found
his
out
mother
he
did
was
an
borderline,
autopsy.
when he found out he was borderline, that's when he lost weight. That's when he lost all that weight.
He was borderline what?
Diabetic.
Okay. Yeah. So when you said his mother and them did had another autopsy done,
Yep.
did they tell you what that said
She said it was a
or what?
what is it? Embolism,
Mm,
which is a blood clot,
yeah.
and it traveled from his leg to his heart.
And if you go on a plane for 2 days, you can't rest or relax. And the body, we all need rest while we sitting up here doing these all nighters. Your body needs rest to heal. And if you sitting up and going from flight to flight, and you just, yeah, I can only imagine it was his body couldn't fight that from being up for 2 days.
And then you going up and down.
Yeah. Hold on for a second, Miss Groovy. Lady V, I don't want her to think we ignoring her, but I agree with what she said. With the exception of, she said, I agree. I think Shanquella was gone before the doctor got to the villa. Definitely
I do
believe
too.
that. I think all the time that the doctor spent in that villa was trying to resuscitate her and figure out what actually happened. I don't think it was to figure out what happened. I think it was the doctor slash nurse. Her only job in this whole scenario was to say she was alive when she got there, and she
Exactly.
passed away in front of her. And
Right.
then, just like we can't find Cabo Six in them, we can't find this doctor because that was all her job was to do, was go in there and play cleanup and act like he was trying to resuscitate her. She knew she couldn't. She probably knew she couldn't. You got Nazir here, he trying to help her do the impossible. And oh, let's try to thing, let's try to resuscitate her, let's try to da 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 da. All of that, she was gone already. But you got this boy going through the motions like you doing something, and he the only one helping. Meanwhile, two of them clowns over there in the room
Giggling.
work in the medical field. They knew they could have. They knew she was gone. They could have did a blood check. I mean, a pulse check before he got there. While she was there, they could have helped the nurse. But no, they didn't. Y'all sent somebody in who don't know nothing. He green, his money messed up. He know if I got to get her together anyway. So I don't think she was trying to figure out what happened. I seriously think, and will say it every day of the week, that the doctor's job was just to say she was alive when she got there, and then she
Mhm.
passed away in front of her, so that
Right.
they didn't look like they had a deceased body in the villa from a fight.
Right. Well, it was good talking to y'all. I'm about
You
to
too.
take it down.
You too. And thank you for your time.
Have a great night. And thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah, that's what's up.
But
I ain't
as
mean
Shay
like the rest of them. I respectfully disagree with you before I just like, no, that's all right. No, what the hell you talking about? You don't know what you talking about. You wasn't there. Yeah, nah, I'm cool.
any last words, I?
Um, Justice for Shanquella. Bottom line, those are my last words till we get it, and even beyond. Yeah. Thank
And
y'all.
I think they sleep too.
I,
Shell, Shell, Mel, they both sleep. All right, everybody. I will bid you a good night
And I hope everybody sleeps well. Justice for Shanquella until we get it. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Have a good night.